Good morning, everybody. President Fadlo Khuri, Your Excellency Dr. Talal Abu-Ghazaleh, Dean Ammar Olabi, Dr. Aref Alsoufi, esteemed panelists, attendees, and friends of AUB and FAFS. I would like to welcome you to the International Conference on Maritime, Humanitarian and Agro-Food Supply Chain and Logistics, Disruptions, Implications, and Opportunities. The conference is part of the activities of the Global Supply Chain Management for the Southern Mediterranean GLOB-SM project, which is currently being led by the American University of Beirut in collaboration with European and regional partner higher education institution. The project is funded by Erasmus Plus Capacity Building in Higher Education program of the EU, with the objective to launch the first in the region MS in global supply chain management with tracks in maritime, humanitarian, and agro-food supply chain. I will leave the floor now to the president of AUB, Dr. Fadlo Khuri. Dr. Khuri, the floor is yours.
Good morning, colleagues and friends from Europe, from Jordan, from the Erasmus Plus Foundation, Abu-Ghazaleh. It's a pleasure to welcome you today. This is our third day of classes this year, but I think this conference really is very timely. It's really talking about capacity building and enhanced collaboration for efficient supply chain management, critical to our region's future and its development. It's always encouraging to collaborate with high-quality peer institutions who share not only deep knowledge and focused research in the areas, but frankly, who recognize our concern and share our concern about the impact of these issues on the global community. It would be an understatement to say the world's been undergoing some significant challenges lately. Stronger tides hit our shores, climate change is impacting everything, but with every new trial, we need to become more determined to upscale our interventions and discover ways not just to manage crises, but to work together towards a better tomorrow for all. We always seem to put this off. We'll deal with climate change later, we'll deal with this. The time is now. I think any of you who have witnessed the last few summers, last few years, frankly, for the first time being in the southeast and the northeast, the temperature was 8 degrees Fahrenheit warmer in Massachusetts than it was in Georgia. That's not supposed to happen, okay? So now's the time to consider new paths, methodologies, opportunities, and to work together to revise the work we have and replace these methods with better ones. As issues of resource scarcity and mismanagement, climate change, population growth, threaten ecological health and sustainability in the drylands of the MENA region, recent developments really should call on all of us to employ innovation and innovation hubs to work and think smarter, to move towards more efficient technological solutions in production and management. In his 1998 book of Science and Nature, the American writer and professor of biochemistry at Boston University, Isaac Asimov, wrote, "The saddest aspect of life right now is that science gathers knowledge faster than society gathers wisdom." I'm going to repeat that. He said that science gathers knowledge faster than society gathers wisdom. We call on our scientists to produce new changes, to produce new information, then we refuse to adopt the reality. We saw that sadly played out in the vaccination campaign. But as we advance in science and technology, let's keep at the forefront the issues of access and inclusion, not only to benefit from the fruits of proper supply chain management, but as part and parcel of our duty to ensure that access to a better life, to more sustainable, more efficient, more enduring management of Earth's resources is not just the gain of the select few. On the international scale, if we needed any reminder, the impact of the pandemic followed by the war on Ukraine have made supply chain and logistics management issues regain our attention, regain prominence. For Lebanon, with the nature of its unbalanced economy, its geographical location, and the natural and man-made crises that it has been facing, to say nothing of the willful, deliberate sociological destruction being reaped by its current political class, the agri-food challenges, the port management, and the humanitarian aid support have become even more critical sectors. This was brought forth when one of the key staples of food in Lebanon, bread, became so inaccessible that you saw these bread lines as the Ukraine war grew momentum. So what can we do together as academics? Well, I believe the era is here for us as academic institutions to move outside of our walls, to become more permeable, more accessible. At the American University of Beirut, which prioritizes research excellence for the greater good, we expand our programs in anticipation of needed change, particularly in our region. Using interdisciplinary approaches in critical thinking, using collaborations with leading universities abroad, always staying humble, we can develop comprehensive analyses of the diverse implications and variables that could lead to intelligent, informed decisions that can reduce these supply chain challenges, but also that can educate future leaders and build their capacity as agents of much needed change towards the preservation of a more sustainable economy and frankly, a more sustainable planet Earth. So our research track record is excellent in teaching and service. In these areas, there are strong ties between the Faculty of Agriculture and Food Sciences, the Maroun Sam'an Faculty of Engineering and Architecture, particularly the Industrial Engineering program, and the Sulaiman Alayan School of Business. We're trying to bring these together as a nexus to study and improve these issues. The global supply management for the Southern Mediterranean project that you're talking about today capitalizes on our university's existing strengths, and it also allows us to build those strengths. It has an important aspect in that it studies humanitarian logistics that are most relevant and impactful in Lebanon and the region, which has these arid lands. And I'll point out that we remain the custodians, I believe, of ICARDA's treasure of seeds for the particularly arid areas. So this collaboration not only helps attack major issues, but it also improves the prospect for our graduates to have meaningful jobs. And we know that this is a generation that don't just want jobs, they want to make an impact. So I want to end by thanking you all for making this outstanding program materialize. Despite all the challenges, you're here and online. I look forward to following up on these promising collaborations. We're very proud of our relationships with the great universities in our nations, in the region and in Europe and North America. We take great pride in the participation and the collaboration between faculty, students, and staff, and we look forward to the results of this conference. Congratulations and thank you.
Thank you, President Khuri. Dean Ammar Olabi, the podium is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Nabhani. President Fadlo Khuri, Your Excellency, His Excellency Dr. Talal Abu-Ghazaleh, founder and chairman of the Talal Abu-Ghazaleh Global, Ms. Alicia Scarcella, Deputy of Cooperation at the Delegation of the European Union to Lebanon, Dr. Aref Soufi, Coordinator of the National Erasmus Plus Office, colleagues from Jordan, colleagues from Lebanon, colleagues from Belgium and France, welcome to you all. We are very thrilled to have this activity today, which is really timely and essential, as President Khuri had mentioned. We have colleagues from Lebanon, from St. Joseph University, colleagues coming from France, from Kedj Business School, colleagues from the University of Antwerp, Belgium, from Jordan, Princess Sumaya University of Technology, the Talal Abu-Ghazaleh University College for Innovation. We are all here launching this major and essential endeavor, and today's conference about maritime, humanitarian, and agro-food supply with the opportunities, the implications, and the disruption is a very timely and essential step. This conference and effort is hosted at our faculty, the Faculty of Agriculture and Food Sciences, in collaboration with the Maroon Simhan Faculty of Engineering and Architecture. This is one of the areas, as President Khuri has mentioned, where we think joining colleagues together from different faculties will allow us to have a center of excellence to basically provide all the data and the suggested measures and the studies that are needed for this effort. This whole effort is made possible by the funding received from the Erasmus Plus capacity building in higher education program of the European Union, and the vision and trust in AUB's vision to prepare resilient, skilled professionals and leaders who are able to address arising challenges in the region and beyond. Our faculty, as a faculty with disciplines that tackle the whole agro-food supply chain, what we call it from seed to table or from farm to fork, as well as the related challenges such as things related to food security, rural community development, FAFS is well placed to provide a multidisciplinary program for trained, qualified graduates with skills needed to address the challenges facing the agro-food sector, food supply chain, and logistics, or with specialized skills in port operations and the use of big data and artificial intelligence, of course, along with our colleagues from MSFEA, who have been excelling in this field for many years and have been major center for that. All of this is meant to enhance the competitiveness of the supply chains and logistics and to manage the unfortunate humanitarian emergencies that we have been seeing mushrooming in our region for the last decade. I want to keep it short, and I want to really praise and commend the whole effort done by the Dean's Office, but especially by Dr. Maya Nabhani, who has been stellar in her effort and who has been a true leader in this, in collaboration and in coordination, of course, with Dr. Basil Maddah, who has been very cooperative and open and, a real partner in this. I want to also commend Dr. Gumato Abebe, who despite the fact that he had to leave AUB and become adjunct, has been at a close distance all the way from Dalhousie University in Canada, and who will stay hopefully engaged with us for a long time. Like President Khuri mentioned, there is no better time than this time to engage in this. Between the Russia-Ukraine war, the unfortunate and tragic port blast of Beirut, the oil and gas discussion, all of these things, the food security situation, the whole world. We hope that this project will make an impact, will improve the lives of people in Lebanon and in the region. Having said this, I want to thank you all for coming and attending, and I would hope your effort will be successful in this conference and afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you, Dean Olabi. We are now joined by our keynote speaker, His Excellency Dr. Talal Abu-Ghazaleh, founder and chairman of Talal Abu-Ghazaleh Global. He is with us via Zoom, live from Jordan. His global organization, TAG Global, is truly a global family of companies that provide world-class professional and educational services, working through more than 100 offices worldwide. It is to this holding company that one of our partner institutions, Talal Abu-Ghazaleh University College for Innovation, belongs, and he is going to give a talk today in relation to challenges facing supply chain and the significance of capacity building collaborations between academia and the private sector. Dr. Abu-Ghazaleh, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I am especially privileged to be this morning with all this a group of experts from all over the world, and I want to salute the Honorable AUB President Fadlo Khuri. By the way, I am speaking also as a graduate of AUB in 1960, and I'm very proud to be so. I want to thank Dr. and Dean Ammar Olabi, our host today, for inviting me experts, professors, I am honored to be with you. And I want to salute particularly our colleagues from the European Union and Erasmus project who are here on this occasion of to be launched project on supply chain. And I want to mention that in the year 2012, in my capacity on the board of experts of the World Trade Organization, WTO, we tackled this subject and we discussed it at length as a group of experts of the World Trade Organization. And we had our perceptions and our comments of full support. But today we are in 2022 and not in 2012. In 2022, a new facts have emerged, particularly the sanctions system. In 2012, we were greatly enjoying the great blessing of a uniform sanctions system, which is implemented only by the WTO. Incidentally, the WTO has its own court, like any government court, with lawyers and judges, and any complaint by any government on trade has to go to that court, and the verdict or sanction will be issued by the WTO and not by the individual country. Today, we are in the reverse situation. And therefore, I want to humbly claim that we need to revisit this program on the basis of the facts today. The facts today tell me that what is a priority is to have a system which can provide national security for the community, particularly in food supply, as we are talking today, but also in medical and in technology education. Therefore, I believe that the course should be redesigned to address this choice between global supply chain, which is very seriously disrupted by unilateral sanctions from the individual countries, and versus the national needs dictates. I personally feel that it will take many, many years, and we don't have the time, unfortunately, to present my perspective on this because of the limited time assigned to me. But what I need to say is, for many years to come, we are going to still live in this world of unilateral sanctions, which make it impossible for supply chain process to progress as we anticipated it when we were on the WTO board in 2012. Therefore, I call on my colleagues, particularly at the European Union and at Erasmus and the various partners, and I'm very happy and lucky to claim that we are one of the partners in this project selected by the European Union. And we feel that this challenge about which our President Fadlo spoke is to be considered, and for governments and for the policy makers to decide which way they need to go in this process of this management for the purpose or for the better purpose of the individual countries. I cannot anymore believe that we will be able to see a smooth supply chain process under the unilateral sanctions, which are unlikely to stop until we develop into a new world order, which will take many years and many fights, and which will take also time to draft new multilateral agreements, trade agreements. At the moment, I cannot see the supply chain process moving. I need to see how we can live under this dream of supply chain together with the reality of food security, for example. If under the circumstances, unilateral sanctions can stop the supply of food to any particular country, any food item. Therefore, I think it would be wise to make this course to address this challenge of choice between supply chain, global supply chain, and national security needs. I believe it is very important that we do not just study and teach something which is not which we are not being able to implement. We at Talal Abu-Ghazaleh College of Innovation, we are very innovative. For example, I would like to mention just one point. At Tag College for Innovation, we don't have exams on how much you studied and have learned. The graduation criteria is an invention. If you don't come up with an invention, you don't graduate. This is how far we believe that we should be ahead in our process of developing our future generation. Therefore, I want to repeat, please bear with me and be tolerant enough to reconsider the course with the view of debating how we can proceed with this global supply chain management process under the current system of unilateral sanctions that was started by the US, but is now being implemented worldwide by counter sanctions and is disrupting the flow of goods and services throughout the world. I humbly claim that it will take us something like 8 to 10 years to be able to live again in a new world order, where we can claim that we have the ability to enjoy the wonderful profits and the wonderful awards and the wonderful life of smooth supply chain management. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Abu-Ghazaleh. Always listening to you is always enlightening. Thank you for all of your comments and recommendations. Our next speaker is Ms. Orla Colclough. She's the Program Assistant at the Sections Economy, Green Deal, and Local Development of the Delegation of the European Union in Lebanon. She will be addressing EU collaboration in the region, its significance and impact. Please, Orla.
Good morning, and thank you for the invitation. Professors, Dr. Ghazaleh, ladies and gentlemen, Lebanon has a regional record of providing high-quality third-level education. As the southern Mediterranean's closest neighbour, the European Union considers it of great importance that university graduates possess the knowledge and skill set to work in today's global economy. A robust supply chain management system is essential in the region for trade, the supply of commodities, and the delivery of development and humanitarian aid itself. For the EU, it is important to support skills creation in the region, particularly in this sector, and hence the creation of this Masters. In the Neighbourhood South region, the European Union has collaborated with the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development and the European Investment Bank to fund programmes that allow the development of value chains with export potential. We provide capital expenditure investment, partial portfolio guarantees, and technical assistance to local banks and institutions to strengthen the capacity of various sectors to integrate SMEs into their value chains. The EU carefully considers the market structure in the countries we work with, and in the southern Mediterranean, our programmes have assisted in the agribusiness sector in particular. In addition, we work closely in the region with regulators, local banks, and the private sector to support new initiatives and create access to finance opportunities. A well-functioning supply chain management system is vital for Lebanon, which is heavily import-dependent, but also seeks to increase its exports. It is not only sustainable consumption, but sustainable production that will transform the southern Mediterranean into a modern, resource-efficient, and circular economy. In creating a global supply chain for the 21st century, we need to consider the green transition. The EU's regional partnership with the southern neighbourhood has earmarked 25% of its €22 billion investment between 2021 and 2027 to the green transition. We also help our partners increase their resilience to climate change by helping them adapt, particularly in agriculture and the provision of potable water. Here in Lebanon, for example, EU funding has helped construct irrigation channels and has improved the quantity and quality of agro-food production. The EU supports the sustainability of agribusiness value chains by helping SMEs source better value inputs and resources across the value chain. Environmental management is a critical aspect of value chain support, particularly in agriculture, where pesticide residues and a high level of water pollution can hamper product quality. The European Union focuses on fruit and medicinal plant value chains through projects, particularly in the Bekaa. The activities focus on introducing innovative and climate-smart crops through efficient infrastructure and agricultural inputs. In the future, the EU will be investing in more resource efficiency through environment and energy management systems in the food and beverage sector to facilitate a future transition towards circular economy practices. The timely and efficient rollout of development aid and humanitarian assistance also relies on the existence of modern global supply chains. For example, on the 4th of August 2020, the EU and the international community provided immediate life-saving assistance in response to the Beirut port explosion. The EU Civil Protection Mechanism significantly contributed to the coordination of life-saving interventions. The EU provided equipment and in-kind assistance, including fire brigades, ambulances, reconstruction material, protective equipment, surgical kits, shelter materials, as well as food items. The EU also helped to create medical supply warehousing and repaired the damage in primary healthcare centres. Here, we see the importance of global supply chains. It is not only a matter of trade, but of saving lives and building back. Good supply chain management depends on skilled human resources that we hope this Masters will create. In Lebanon in particular, reforms are also needed to create a conducive environment in which graduates can flourish. Disruption to supply chains is not an option in the 21st century. The private sector and development and humanitarian actors are often hampered by supply chains that are not dynamic enough across the region. And the problem in Lebanon is particularly acute, where challenges such as the inability to secure framework agreements are often due to exchange rate fluctuation. International and national transportation challenges arise when there are disruptions to fuel, to communications, and to even basic electricity access itself. The necessary reforms need to be undertaken in Lebanon for a conducive environment to facilitate global supply chains. I'd like to summarise and to thank you all here at AUB for welcoming me today, and I wish to reiterate the EU's support to higher education capacity building in Lebanon and in the region. Thank you very much for your invitation.
Thank you, Ms. Colclough. Our next speaker is Dr. Aref Alsoufi, National Erasmus Plus Office Coordinator in Lebanon. Dr. Alsoufi was a professor of mathematics at the Lebanese University until 2018. He is the president of the Lebanese Association for Inter-University Cooperation. He is the national coordinator of the Erasmus Plus program in Lebanon, as I said, since 2015. The floor is yours.
Good morning. I'll be very short. I just would like to say a few words before I leave the floor to my colleague Yasmin Al-Gharib to brief you very quickly on the different opportunities offered by Erasmus+. So I represent the National Erasmus Plus office in Lebanon since 2015. Thanks to Professor Fadlo Khuri, to His Excellency Talal Abu-Ghazaleh, to Dean Olabi, for sparing me from talking too much about the subject, because I'm not an expert in supply chain management, but from our point of view, let me just before thank you all for the organization of this event today, for inviting us. Thank you, Maya, for the effort. Thank you, Noura. Thank you, Basil. Thanks to our colleague from Jordan, from Europe, for being with us today in this event. When we supported GLOB-SM in 2020, we were very much aware of the importance of this subject, of this project, in a world which is so connected and so interdependent in its needs that the global management of its supply chain cannot be overlooked. We are talking here about a very dynamic, highly dynamic system, moving process, which is so complex that any break in its chains can lead to catastrophic consequences and sometimes to violent changes and to social unrest, if not saying to starvation in some of the regions like in Africa, for example. This relevance was more confirmed with the universal pandemic, as you know very well, the war in Ukraine, and the unstable and unpredictable and disruptive weather conditions caused by the climate change, as Dr. Fadlo Khuri was mentioning this morning. For Lebanon, the project was very timely. I think Dr. Ammar was mentioning this, in the context of the escalating financial and economic conditions and the blast of Beirut port and the different and many shortages suffered by the Lebanese citizens, from energy to primary and basic goods to food supplies. Hence, establishing master program and building competencies and skills in supply chains management is an issue of high demand not only in Lebanon, but also in Lebanon and in Jordan as well. We are also convinced that the project is important in its internationalization dimension, in its economic and social aspects. It has many innovative elements like the teaching and learning materials and the use of new ICT tools. The project has made good progress. I'm now looking at the project from our perspective as Erasmus+. The project has made good progress in the implementation of its activities and work packages. However, and let me just be frank with you, it suffers from some delay, let's say. It's still far from reaching its main objective, which is the implementation of the new curriculum in each of the 4 universities involved in it. While the project is progressing very well in the development of the promised new courses, it's still challenged by the accreditation of the master program by the competent authorities in Lebanon and in Jordan. Maybe in Jordan they made little more progress than in Lebanon. GLOB-SM was selected in 2020 following an Erasmus+ annual call for proposals, together with other 5 capacity building projects that involved many universities from Lebanon, from the region, and from the European countries. The program in its new generation, 21-27, is determined to support higher education, vocational education and training, and youth activities. The next call for proposals is expected to come out to be published around mid-October, so universities and stakeholders should prepare themselves to benefit from the different opportunities offered by this wonderful program. So thank you very much for your attention. And now I can leave the floor to my colleague Yasmin to brief you very quickly on the many opportunities that the program is offering in Lebanon. So thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. I'm very pleased to be here today and present a very brief overview of the different opportunities of the Erasmus+ program. So very briefly, what is Erasmus+? I think many of us here know. The Erasmus+ is the EU-funded program that supports education, training, youth, and sports. It provides funding for programs, for projects. It also provides scholarships, a wide range of scholarships. It fosters EU cooperation as well as EU with international and other countries worldwide cooperation. As Dr. Aref mentioned, we are currently now in the new generation of the Erasmus+ program that extends between 2021 and 2027. It's worth mentioning that the program Erasmus+ started in 2014, and it was at that time the successor of the Tempus program that was initiated back in 2002. Under the Erasmus+ program, we talk of 6 different actions. The first one is capacity building in higher education, international credit mobility, Erasmus Mundus, Jean Monnet, capacity building in the field of youth, and capacity building in the field of vocational education and training. So what is the capacity building in higher education? This project is part of this action, the GLOB-SM project. The aim of the CBHE project is to modernize the higher education institutions and systems, to take care of their governance, their societal impact, accessibility, innovation, and cooperation. Since 2015, Erasmus+ program funded 27 projects. These are Erasmus+, of course, in addition to many other projects back since Tempus program. You can learn more about these projects using this link, and we're going to keep this presentation for future reference if anyone is interested. we move on to the second action under Erasmus+, which is the International Credit Mobility. This is basically an exchange program, a short-term mobility in higher education for students, for academic as well as administrative staff. Mobility can take place at different levels, bachelor, master, and also PhD. There are no restrictions to the discipline. It is open to any major, to any discipline. The ICM action also supports traineeships for students and training for staff. The study period usually extends between 2 to 12 months, and there is currently a new component, which is the blended mobility, having a virtual as well as a physical mobility. Very briefly, we'll move on to the fourth action under Erasmus+, which is the Erasmus Mundus. Erasmus Mundus is basically a master program of excellence that is open to all disciplines. It is delivered by an international consortium of universities from the EU and worldwide. It also offers high-level scholarships to excellent students worldwide. We move on to Jean Monnet. Jean Monnet, it promotes excellence in teaching and research in the field of EU studies through its different activities of chairs, modules, and networks. It is a widely disseminated action as well. Many universities take part in this action. These are many useful links. At this point, I want to say that these four actions that we presented, the main beneficiary is the higher education institution. Now we move on to another beneficiary under Erasmus+, which is the youth organizations. And here we talk about capacity building in the field of youth. So this action aims at raising the capacity of organizations that work with youth outside their formal education. It promotes non-formal learning in partner countries like us versus program countries in Europe. It supports the development of the youth work. Many objectives and thematic areas can be covered in this action, such as the political participation of the youth, their inclusion, empowerment, engagement, employability, and many other themes. We move on to the last action under Erasmus+, which we come here now to a new type of beneficiary, which is the vocational education and training. So there is also capacity building for these kind of institutions through this international cooperation projects and partnerships between organizations active in the field of vet. It can cater for many themes such as professional development of vet teachers, entrepreneurship, development of green and digital skills, and many other skills as well. You can learn a lot about Erasmus Plus program through its program guide, through the website, and through many social media channels and many other portals. Very briefly, we talk about, now we finished from Erasmus Plus, but we are happy to communicate other initiatives funded by the EU and that target basically the youth. So we talk about the European Year of Youth. So the European Union announced 2022 to be the European Year of Youth with many activities and events that target mainly the youth, especially in this post-pandemic period. There is also another initiative, which is the European Solidarity Corps. This is about an international volunteering program. There is the Erasmus Plus Virtual Exchange. It is a project that allows youth between in Europe and the Southern Mediterranean to engage in this intercultural exchanges and experiences online, either through their formal education or their non-formal education. And finally, there is Salto. Salto is about resource center. It is a network of 7 resource centers that also target youth and different issues. So that is from our side. We are always happy to receive any inquiries, and these are our emails. Thank you very much. Yes, we will leave this presentation. Maybe you can take care of if anyone is interested.
Thank you, Dr. Aref and Yasmin. Our next session will be shared among various constituents from AUB and partner higher education institutions, Tagushi and PSUT, to discuss the significance and context of the GLOB-SM program for Lebanon, Jordan, and the region. We will hear first from Dr. Bassel Maddah, Professor and Chairperson of the Department of Industrial and Engineering Management here at AUB. Dr. Maddah's research interests are in retailing, supply chain management, logistics, and other problems involving decision-making under uncertainty. Dr. Maddah has practical experience as a senior analyst with United Airlines and Hannaford Bros. He occasionally provides consulting and training for the local and regional industry. He is also an associate editor for international transactions and operation research and a member of the editorial board for International Journal of Planning and Scheduling. All yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Maya, for introducing me and for your efforts on this project. Thanks also goes to Noura and the team of students working on this conference. I would like to thank Dean Olabi for hosting this event and for supporting us on this project from the beginning. I would like to thank our European partners for coming here in a time where coming to Lebanon may not be very encouraged, so we thank them for that. Our Jordanian partners for coming also here. Industry partners and faculty members and students, thank you all for being here and for supporting us in this project. So I'm going to give a few notes. I mean, after what President Khuri mentioned and Dean Olabi and His Excellency Abu-Ghazaleh, I don't have much to add. Some of my comments, though, are directed towards students, and I'm happy to see some students here, so hopefully my comments will encourage some students to embark on the exciting field of supply chain management. So if you look at these companies, for example, here, it seems nothing relates them, you know. So Amazon, Apple, IKEA, they seem to come from different fields, from the fashion industry to furniture to online retailing. And yet what's common about them is excellence in supply chain operations. So these companies, they are well known to do very well in supply chain management, and I've seen people moving between these companies, sometimes in 1 year, and doing similar things in different industries. The common thing is applying excellence in supply chain and using state-of-the-art, mostly analytical supply chain tools. And this even infiltrated to the humanitarian sector. The Red Cross now, the International Committee of the Red Cross, they are an avid adapter of supply chain management state-of-the-art techniques. So all was going well until 2018-19. The field was growing. We were feeling the vibes here in Lebanon and the Middle East, with new companies opening, with even offshore companies operating from Lebanon and servicing markets in the US and other places of the world. Then basically the disaster struck in 2019. We had the pandemic, and you see here, for example, shelves out of stock because of lack of production, and you see ships queuing at the port, at one port in California. Then the war in Ukraine made things even more challenging. But I mean, fortunately for the field, not fortunately for the world, this created even more demand for supply chain professionals. So in the last 2 years, we've been getting phone calls asking for experts in this field, analysts, and I mean, last year, almost half of our engineering management program graduates end up working in logistics, many of them in Lebanon, and I was happy to see many of them progress very fast in their jobs. So this field is in high demand. What we offer in AUB, in engineering management and the business school, are some courses on the tools, but a global view, I believe, is still lacking, and this program in GLOB-SM, which is proposed here, I believe train professionals which are well-rounded, thanks to our EU partner support. We have a nice design which focuses on key areas which are essential to Lebanon and the region, and also the design of the curriculum will help graduate professionals who are well-rounded, who know the tools well, and who also understand the big pictures. So this is just about what I was mentioning. So essentially, this is from Google Trends. The interest in supply chain disruption has increased a lot in the last 2 years. So 100 means lots of searches on Google for supply chain disruption. So this has been on the increase in the last 2 years or so. Now, in Lebanon, again, these areas of agribusiness, maritime management, and humanitarian logistics are of big importance. I will mention a few notes about this in my subsequent slides, especially in the current Lebanon, having lots of disruptions by itself. So this is an important area, I believe, for we have issues like President Khuri said, and Dean Olabi of food security, food safety, and other challenges. So this program, I believe, is of high relevance to the contemporary Lebanon. For example, in the agribusiness, many of our manufacturers are food manufacturers. Many of them locate in the Beqa area. So hopefully some of you will go with us on Friday to visit that area. And I've talked to these manufacturers. Many of them are really, they manage a global supply chain. They have the raw material in Lebanon, but they import packaging and equipment from Europe and sometimes China. Sorry, they import the packaging from China and mostly from China. But their markets are in Europe and the Gulf. So they really operate a global supply chain operation. And they will benefit a lot from the expertise of future graduates of this program. In terms of the maritime logistics, I mean, Beirut port was doing very well before the crisis. I mean, not just in terms of imports that Lebanese were spending, maybe sometimes people say recklessly before the crisis, but also on transshipment. So many things came to Lebanon and left before the crisis. This chart there is from a paper we published trying to help Beirut port authorities manage better the scheduling of cranes, of ship-to-shore cranes, which are essentials in the transshipment operations. So things were going very well for Beirut port before the crisis. There was some disruption lately, of course, with the explosion and other things, but the port continues to be an essential part of the country, no matter what, because with the situation in Syria, this is our main window to the world, you know, the main hub for export and import, and any solution for Lebanon, any hope goes through the port. So it's very important to have, to emphasize humanitarian logistics, maritime logistics in Lebanon. And in the crisis, and when the port explosion happened, I was happy to see that the Tripoli port in the north also has potential. So hopefully this program will encourage more collaboration with the Beirut port authorities and also the Tripoli port authorities to help improve the operations of those ports. Finally, on the humanitarian side, and this is sad, I mean, Lebanon has been hit by several crises, mostly man-made, I would say. I mean, we were hit by the pandemic like the rest of the world, but since 2006, we had a major war that devastated a major part of the country and took a long time to rebuild. Then we had the Syrian refugee crisis, and until now, unfortunately, in Lebanon, we have people spending the winter in tents, and they spend very tough winters with snow in the tents, and that's very challenging, still ongoing, but not getting easy. And then we have, of course, the Beirut port explosion, which devastated a large part of the city. And concurrently with that, I mean, we have the ongoing economic crisis, which is, I think, unique in its aspect. It's not just like an economic crisis, it's affecting the country in a very bad way. So lately there was some events, people were stranded in the sea and were attacked by sharks even. So Lebanese and Syrian refugees are going in the sea and just to escape the country. We had incidents at some waste dumpster where people were injured trying to, one of them were killed, trying to retrieve something from the dumpster. So, and that led to a disruption of the whole garbage collection operation in the entire country. So really, the crisis in Lebanon is a unique crisis, and even though it does not fit the framework of humanitarian logistics, but I believe there's an area for research there for us as academicians of what can we do to help in such a multidimensional and ongoing crisis. Now, finally, I hope I didn't take too much note. I will go back to the aspects of GLOB-SM. What I really liked about this curriculum, I took a fresh look at it 2 days ago when I was preparing these notes. Essentially, the design of the curriculum, thanks to our EU partners, it has a nice blend of soft and hard courses, so analytical skills and nice big picture courses such as international trade, international law, international contracts. And I believe this is unique because it gives the student a global perspective, which is needed. If you want to work in supply chain management, it's not enough to know the math only or the software. You should also know the big picture. And I believe this program, with its design, will help doing that. Lately, we were asked to write a book chapter on supply chain management for one of the key handbooks in industrial engineering, and we were asked by the editor to write a section on the coordination between strategy and operations. And that's a weakness area globally. Globally, companies have big strategies with big mission and vision that does not cascade easily to the working force. That needs education, and I believe in this program with the good blend of courses, we will graduate professionals who are well aware of the big picture of the challenges in global supply chain management, and also are very efficient and effective in using state-of-the-art analytical tools. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Maddah. Our next speaker is Dr. Lu'ay Raisat from Talal Abu-Ghazaleh University College for Innovation in Jordan. He is Associate Professor of Marketing and Supply Chain Management. And as an expert in supply chain management marketing, Dr. Raisat has experience in governorates and international organizations and national NGOs, CBOs. He has published more than 40 journal article books, conference papers, and technical reports on the subject, and has been selected as a senior expert on more than 35 national and international projects across 10 countries. Dr. Raisat, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everybody. I would like to thank you. Special thanks goes to AUB for organizing this event, for the AUB president, for the dean of the faculty, for Maya, for Dr. Safi, and for you, our partners in France and Belgium, and all the colleagues who worked on this project. And a special thanks goes to our president, the chairman, Talal Abu-Ghazaleh, Hafidullah, for all his support in this project and in all aspects. And now, as Taguchi, I would like to explain how this project is important for us, for practice and for academic, and how all of us can be good partner to coordinate this project. And actually, why we are special at Taguchi, we are part of a TAG Global or TAG Org, which is a global organization where we have 100 offices across the world. And why this is special, I focus on this point, because we can take this program and make it good with good component and make it available across all these countries with the new brand where we can promote for it as a global supply chain. So the word global need to make it global where we can benefit our region to link with different countries. The other thing, we thought that as a global company we can support this program and take the benefits from our network, actually what is happening in the global economy, what's happening in the current situation between the great countries or the big countries across all these problems, and how we can take this program and solve all these problems in the coming years. This is where we also can support and can prepare our students and make the network with the industry to make it. The other thing I want to mention, because we have a global company in intellectual property is #1 in the world, and we have this company across more than 100 countries. So which means we have a huge network in different countries as #1 company, where we can work with industries and partners and promote for the importance of this program and bring it to life. And this is actually just, I wanted to mention why Taguchi as a university faculty is a special faculty for innovation, and it is a part of a global company, and this is how we can use it to support the program. This is the case I want to mention and work. So now this program actually, it is a special program in Jordan. It's the first program in Jordan at the master level. Even for the undergraduate level, we don't have similar programs. So this is a special program to bring it to Jordan and to the region. And our vision, as we can see, As we said, we prepare a new generation for supply chain management. The second one is to link this generation with the industry and academia, and this is to be a specialist in the area of supply chain, logistic, operation, and all these. So our task, we need to integrate this program with the industry, integrate it with other partners across Jordan and in the region and globally via all our offices or available chances for us. This is another mission, another task we would like to have. So the objective, the different objective come to the program from the 3 tracks we are having in this program, which are really very important, and how we narrowed different fields to reach those, the food supply chain, and it is really now because food security and all these situation, and we'll have it again, okay? For the last 100 years, we had logistics. We had logistics. For example, in the Second World War, we had logistic problem, and we created linear programming to distribute food and medicine and support to soldiers during this war. And they created learning program, and we established logistics. And after that, we ended up, logistics is not enough. We need something is called performance in the logistics. We ended up establishing supply chain management the last maybe 25 years. And in 2002, around the last 20 years, we didn't have more than 100 PhDs across the world specialized in supply chain management. And this can bring a great figure to think how we can prepare more specialists in supply chain. So we need to create. The second one is a humanitarian. A humanitarian, we faced across the last 60 years in Jordan problems in humanitarian and refugees and how to support neighborhood across us in different countries. And Jordan has a logistic location, and we face all this, but that time we don't have any program related to logistic and supply chain. We just have maybe other programs, and we end up with politics or politicians to solve all these problems. Why we don't have those people? And till this moment we face the problem with having a huge number of refugees, other problems, because that we have in Jordan more than 600 institutes or organizations related and NGOs related to humanitarian issue and located in Jordan, and many of these offices are at the region, all of it, for the Middle East, not for Jordan. So we need to work with them to agree on this support. The last one I want to mention about the port or maritime supply chain. In Jordan, we have one sea just. We have the Red Sea, and it's far away from the capital, like 4 hours driving or 400 kilometers. So we are limited in that. However, nowadays, and we have many agreements with Mediterranean countries, with Gulf countries, to make it a hub of transport, and this is very important now for us to think about it and how to link. The other issue, we have many agreements with Lebanon and before with Syria, and I will give one example just how this works and how we can benefit from that. We used to produce phosphate in Jordan, and we used to transport all these quantities to Lebanon and use the port of Lebanon to export it to Far Asia. And we talk about 1 billion investment, and that in Jordan. And how we can collaborate in that. This is just a simple example. The other example, we had agreement between Jordan, Syria, and Lebanon, and Turkey before, and we were use all these logistics and supply chain value we created to export 100 million products in agri-food. And now we lost all these. How we can bring it back? And this is why those 3 fields are very important to Jordan and the neighborhood and the region. And why this program significance? I'm just highlighting these things here. And this is a supply chain can fill the requirement of local and global market, and this is for sure, and how to link value chain with supply chain. And this is, we have really a shortage of specialists and people who have research and development and innovation in supply chain, especially with digital transformation and technology and all of these. We lack a huge number of specialists. We need to bring them on the table, we bring them to improve it. The other thing, we talk about the business environment. If we need to work at each country, we need good business environment. If we need to collaborate with different countries, even in Middle East and with Europe, we need business environment with tools, and these tools should include technology. And we need to think how this program can include this with partnership with the industry. And the other thing I would like to think about it for Tagushi, we are specialized in innovation, and we bring invention. Okay, we don't need to rely anymore on tests, we need to rely on innovation, and how we can use this program, especially in innovation, and prepare new generation with innovation. This is another issue we need to focus on. Sorry. And this just coming back to what we agreed at the beginning. We are focusing on this. This is our mission at Tagushi in Jordan. We need really to, we discussed this before, but I wanted to bring it here again. And we lack specialists, we lack research, we lack also linkage between academia and industry. And this is not an easy task, especially how to prepare data and information about all these things. If you don't have data and information, analyzing the data about all of these things in each country and across countries, we cannot really perform the program in a good way. So I wanted to bring our focus again here. And without working with the industry, it's useless actually to keep all these research and programs just between us and academia. This will not improve the program, because we need a practical solution, as many of my colleagues said. And without innovation, again, we cannot head with this program. And thank you very much for your listening.
Thank you, Dr. Luay. Also from Jordan, Dr. Radi Al-Hamadin will present next. He is Associate Professor of Accounting and Director of the International Relations at Princess Sumaya University for Technology. He is no stranger to Tempus and Erasmus Plus projects, and he is also a member of the British Accounting and Finance Association and the Center for Social and Environmental Accounting Research and the European Accounting Association. Please let us welcome Dr. Hamadin.
Yeah, this one. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Good morning, my friends. I'm very happy to be here today. First of all, I would like to thank the European Union for the tremendous support to our region and the European Commission as well. Thanks for the New Lebanon, New Jordan as well for their continued help and support. I would like to thank also our colleagues at American University of Beirut, Maya, Noura, and Basil. Thanks a lot for organizing this international conference. I'm here today with my colleague, Dr. Noor Damer, and this presentation is supposed to be presented in cooperation with my colleague, Dr. Joe Samour. He suffered very severe pain last night. He didn't sleep at all, so hopefully he will be recovered today. He's the Dean of School of Business Technology at Princess Sumaya University for Technology. We are very happy to be part of this project in Jordan. For those who do not know Princess Sumaya, we are a private, not-for-profit organization. It's a private university owned by the Royal Scientific Society, established in 1991, and we are IT-oriented, IT-based university, key contributor to develop information and telecommunication sector in Jordan. My presentation will be focused on the impact of this project and the, let us say, issues that really related to development of the, the project in Jordan. So I would like to talk about King Talal School of Business Technology, where we are belongs, supply chain management internationally, supply chain management in Jordan, and also the IT flavor, how we can develop the supply chain management in the impact of IT in general. As presented by my colleague Basil and many others, there was crisis during the last decade, and before that, to 2019, the supply chain management were mainly globalization, or globalized. After that, we suffered lots of, let us say, changing due to the pandemic, the current Russian-Ukrainian war, and the climate change as well. All these pressuring the need to redevelop the supply chain, let us say, concept worldwide. IT, technology, industry, blockchain, Internet of Things, robotics, all of these things should be considered in order to develop further the practices of supply chain, and also the sustainability and the food security is also another issue that we should consider worldwide. In Jordan, Jordan is not a special case. We are quite small country suffering from lots of crises since 1948, the first wave of Palestinian refugees. At the moment, we have around 3,500,000 refugees. Some of them integrated within our society, some still within the camps of the United Nations and other, let us say, initiative. According to the statistics released by the World Bank, the growth in the GDP expected to be 2.2 in comparison with 1.6 in 2020. In Jordan, sector of agriculture and industry is very significant. Altogether contribute to 35% of the GDP in Jordan. So we are producing agricultural products. We are exporting this to the European Union and to the Gulf area. So this is very important. I just would like to have one key example. We have a market in Amman, located eastern part of Amman. We call it Al-Hisba. Okay, so it's like a market for fruit and vegetable. Every single day, there are between 3,500 to 5,000 tons of products used to be flown into the market. Daily, between 7,000 to 10,000, let us say, stakeholders engaged, like merchants and people engaged within this market. This is a very good business opportunity to develop, let us say, logistics and the exportation from Jordan to the surrounding countries and so on. So we are facing climate-related hazards, including the shortage of rainwater. Jordan is one of the poorest countries worldwide, and they're poor in the water supply and other, let us say, environmental issues. We have, as my colleague from Tagushi said, we have only one port located in the southern part of Jordan. It's, let us say, well-developed port in cooperation with a European investor. We have a logistics city located in Aqaba, but still we need more human resources to be trained in order to deliver like high quality of, let us say, services in this industry. In terms of the logistic industry in Jordan, we have around 325 licensed transportation and logistics company, and we have what we called Naqaba al-Logistiya al-Urduniya. It's a Jordanian Logistic Association, a newly established one. It's also tying all together, linking all together those people working in the logistic and supply chain management. In general, transportation and logistics contribute to almost 3% of the GDP in Jordan, with annual growth of 6%, and almost 6.7 of the Jordanian human capital working in this job, transportation and logistics, around 126,000 jobs in this regard. So most of the manufacturing services firm, they looking for to develop and to enhance their staff skills, logistics supply, and let us say work-related tasks and capacity that really important for the business. Supply chain, as a master program, we have only one program in logistics. run by German Jordanian University. It's not a supply chain, it's logistic master program. So this is unique to find this program developed in cooperation with our friends from Europe. And thanks for being with us today from Cage and Interim. We are facing the lack of qualified human resources that really familiar with the concept, familiar with the techniques related to supply chain in general. So there is a high demand in this program from many fields, including engineering, medicine, logistics, management, commercial trade, and many other, let us say, disciplines. We have conducted a survey, if you remember, among the, yes, it is here, among the tasks of the project itself. I will just have some comments over the survey here. What we would like to do at PSUT, so as I said before, we are a technology-based university. So technology is a key component of the developing of any program. We have a vision in the school and we have a vision in the, let us say, at the university level in order to develop our program in order to serve our community. That's really going forward with the national plans. Recently, His Majesty the King released the new development economical plan, it's long-term one, starting this year to 2033. So it's like well-developed strategic plan in order to develop, the economical sector, including agriculture, food, industry, services, and all other related economy, let us say, sectors. So we aim to put the supply chain management and the IT all together in order to fulfill the requirements of the market demanded in order, by the end of the day, develop components, applications probably, and components that really serve the industry in a very good way. This is a survey. There are two components, student survey and industry survey. As you can see from this slide, we asked the students, targeted the students from different levels, including the current students and the alumni as well. So around 30% of them, they are strongly agree to have, let us say, that the degree in supply chain management. They believe that the supply chain management is quite important to have this. Almost 56 of them, they are agree, and only 12% disagree about the needs of supply chain management. So majority of the student response, they are agreeing that this is a very important topic and there should be like a special, let us say, degree in order to increase the capacities of the students. In addition to that, we have another question. The question was about the firm, if they would like to interested recruiting supply chain management graduates. As you can see from the almost 50% of them, they said yes. They would like to hire people who are specialized in, let us say, supply chain management, and around 40, they said maybe, and the other, they are not quite sure. When it comes to the, again, surveys, as you can see here from the other perspective of the, the industry, they are, as you can see, almost 30% of them, they are very interested to hire students in who they have Master of Science in Supply Chain Management, and around 52 of them, they are interested, and the remaining, they are not interested at all, as you can see here. So, in general, we are encouraged to establish this program based on the responses that we received from our students and from the industry, as you can see here. So it's very, very promising program, and we are much looking forward to, have this knowledge transfer from our colleagues in Europe in order to develop this program in the coming, let us say, few months. Supply chain management in Jordan, according to a report recently released by United Nations HCR, Jordan is a strategically important location in terms of, supplying the logistics to the refugees mainly and those people who suffered a lot. So Jordan is a hub for humanitarian logistics. We do remember that crisis faced Iraq, Syria, Palestine, and even Yemen. We are hosting lots of refugees in different locations in Jordan, from the south to the north. That really we need to take care of them in cooperation with national and international, let us say, organizations. So we are, promoting, let us say, this program to our partners. Hopefully, we will let us say, deliver that content in order to help the people raising their capacity during the coming years. So technically, we started already promoting this program to our students and alumni, and we are very happy that most of them, they are happy. Hopefully, we will start teaching next semester, not that one, the first one, the second one. So our staff is let us say, motivated to start. And again, thanks for our European partners for the training that delivered virtually and face-to-face during the last year. And indeed, we're much looking forward to release the program in order to change our society and the industry as well. Thank you very much for listening, and we're much looking forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hamadin. After hearing about the significance of the GLOB-SM program, both at the national and regional level, we will listen to the European perspective regarding the opportunities and the significance of the project and the program, and we are joined by Drs. Elizabeth Chouanot and Wouter de Wolf from European partners in higher education, more specifically from Kedge Business School and University of Antwerp. Dr. Elizabeth Chouanot is Associate Professor and Academic Director of the International Trade and Logistics Master at Kedge Business School. She has expertise and research focus on the internationalization of companies in high-risk countries. After 22 years of professional career in different private companies and sectors, she started a new professional orientation by working for CMA CGM and Bourbon Offshore first, and then by teaching in 2012 at Kedge Business School and at the University of Aix-en-Provence. Since 2015, she is responsible for the International Trade and Logistics MS at Kedge Business School and teaches its different programs, mainly in international trade, international strategy, and international negotiation. As for Dr. de Wolf, he is professor and academic director of the Center of Maritime and Transport Management at Antwerp Management School at the University of Antwerp. He works at the Department of Transport and Regional Economics of the University of Antwerp in Belgium and is currently performing research on air cargo strategy, airport strategy, urban logistics, and e-commerce. He also is professor at and academic director of CMAT, Center of Maritime and Transport Management, and in Antwerp Management School at the University of Antwerp, and is visiting professor at the University of Hasselt, Belgium, and University of Chongqing, China. He previously did research on the strategy of air cargo operators and completed a PhD on the strategy of air transport carriers about carpet sellers and cargo stars. So the floor is yours, Dr. Chouanot and Dr. de Wolf.
Okay, so nice to meet you. I would like first to thank AUB to welcome us, and specifically Maya and her team for leading this project from the beginning. Maya, Basel, etc. And we are very happy, Wouter and myself, to be part of this conference. So first I would like to go back very quickly on how it started, because it started very long time ago in 2016 when we were contacted in Kedge by a lady called Sherman Dajani, and I would like to thank her because she's mainly because of her that we are there. When she contacted her because Aqaba needed specific additional skills to develop international trade. But as you can see, this program now will change a lot. It become larger because we are now 6 universities, and I had the pleasure to discover my European colleagues just because of this, and all the others, of course. And these projects become not only educational projects, but also research project and industrial one. So I'm very proud to be there and to represent CAGE in front of you, and now we are ready to launch this project in spite of the crisis, in spite of a lot of things like COVID, and it's now the result of months working all together. We start, as everybody said, a few months, maybe several years before, but for me, the real starting point were when we start working and building all together. Sadly, we had to do that first online, but in April, we were able to receive, and I would like to, if I can, comment on avance ce truc? Yes.
What about going page down? Would that work? Would you do page down? No?
No, it is not working. So we received most of our colleagues in Marseille, and we were very happy to concretely produce. And yes, so that's a few pictures that we would like to present. We were in our campus, all of us, and that's also with a great pleasure that we are all together here. So, Uta, do you want to continue a bit?
Yes, and it's a bit yin and yang, no? It's
it's not easy to be both.
No, but that's nice. But we are a good team, and as we said, we did know each other before. And one of the nice spin-offs of this project, of course, also the European universities tend to work better together. So that's a nice add-on. Anyway, we prepared some slides. I am just a bit concerned when I see how the translation is, because I saw Antwerp and catch, and Antwerp was translated cage and interrupt. So I think, and I saw refugees were Fiji, and Aqaba was kebab. So it was quite funny. But anyway, it's a great pleasure to be here. I think we also learned a lot from this project. We also noticed that setting up a program is one thing, but setting it up in a completely different environment with completely different issues was, for me and for us, also absolutely new. And in the beginning, Maya, I do know we struggled a bit because there was like a gap between what we want to do and what the four universities here wanted to do. And indeed, we've seen it in the start. Indeed, Lebanon and Jordan is a very special country. They're two great countries. They have two very good airlines, by the way. The two of the best airlines in this region. If you look at the Middle East airlines.
Aspect between Maritime and Belgian culture.
Yes, absolutely. But France made the bridge, I think, between the Middle East, which is somewhat, let's say, in our view, sometimes a bit unstructured. We in Belgium, we are Flemish speakers, so we're a bit more northern. We're a bit more strict, you know. When you agree something, it should be that. Why the Middle Eastern environment is a bit more easygoing, let's say that. But luckily, my colleague from the south of France can make very good the bridge, because the south of France, you know, the white river. No? Yeah, we see tomorrow, you know, it will be fine, don't worry. So,
but we are able to produce a lot.
Yes.
When we have to.
That is absolutely true. And I think that it really started going well the moment we spoke each other physically in Marseille. So I'm very grateful for that. I can still remember one of the worst internet experiences of my life, and I'm 52, was the 1.5 day kickoff online. I mean, what a disaster. I absolutely hated the project at that moment, because the internet didn't work and people were not aware what was going on, and I said, oh my God, what have we done now? Erasmus Plus. And I've used the word inshallah all the time, because I said this is not. But luckily things changed, and gradually, step by step, I think we can be proud to see what we have achieved. Then gradually, of course, things got better, and then once we were in catch, it started to all fall together into a very logical curriculum and very logical team work, and I think we're all set now for the next stage. But indeed, the culture and organizational issues were definitely there, but we got over that.
Okay, so this was why now we are ready to work in an ambitious cross-cultural project, okay, and to produce and try to, and we are able to try to find all together the best options. But we are also happy to see that academical and research perspective are there as well. We are able to collaborate together. We have projects even between both university. We have started to work on dual degree, for example, and I know that we will start on others. So these things that all these opportunities are thanks to this project. We would like to continue developing some educational certificate with some, but even though these projects are taking a lot of time, we are very confident in the fact that we will do that. Same, this is enlarging as well the mutual insight that we have on the global supply chain, whatever it will be a European point of view or Middle East point of view, and networking, whatever we are in research or academic, is always good for everybody, and even for us as well. On the social perspective, yes. As we said, we start really to take the size of the project for me and for us when we were in face-to-face relationship, and I guess it makes a lot of motivation. I remember when we received during the different workshops in Marseille, all the staff from the school, we were there, and who shares the skills to all our Middle East partners were very happy, and it is as if they were like a new motivation for them, and they are able and they wanted to be involved on this project. So I know that some of you have maybe contact, because we were able to exchange ideas and to go on and to work on the best practices that on all the universities. And that was great to have to exchange about that. Whatever we are European, we have learned, we have seen as well that there are some points that we are not mastering, and that was good for us to have a global point of view, of what happened in the Middle East area. What else? Hooter?
I think we said already quite a lot on things. We're just now ready to move on, and the gentleman clearly said, indeed, we have to move on now. I think we have everything in place. We have the people in place. We have the syllabus in place. We have the curriculum in place. We have the technical infrastructure in place, so thanks to Europe for funding that. We're basically ready to take off. So it would be pity now to wait too long. I do know there are some political issues for the accreditation and all of that, but I'm sure if I see how Lebanon here gets away with the current crisis, I'm sure there must be ways to move on latest by September next year, because otherwise the momentum might go. We're already now, everyone is in place, people move, people have other priorities. I'm very concerned, we are both concerned, that if we drag on longer than September next year, the project might die. Do not forget, it's not only Europe who invests in this, it's also us, because Europe only funds 50% of our work we are doing. And you also know that the budget is quite well balanced. So, but it's also us investing in it, and we also have to convince our colleagues to put their efforts in it. So here a strong appeal now to move forward with that.
Yes, and to summarize, what are the gains and the perspective we have on the European side? I would say that we are creating a relevance in terms of impact, international impact in our policy development. As you know, universities need to to send the images. So, and good images. So, thanks to this project, we are as well positioning our universities in a global place, global areas, and increasing the visibility, even on the website, on the social networks, etc. But more concretely, this brings to Kedge, and I guess to Antwerp as well, skills that we didn't have in the past at this level in terms of building an educational program, at least. We are now more at ease in terms of experience and in European project management, what we were not in the past. And these provide us a motivation, a new motivation to develop this kind of project. And of course, as I already said, and I would like to point out on this, is the opportunity to lay foundations in agreements, whatever it will be, large agreements, dual degrees, certificates, or I know that for us this could open a perspective on humanitarian logistic cooperation, because we are not really strong at that, and same in Agro-Food, because our main strengths are more in maritime and international transport. So we took from you as well, and I hope that you will take a lot from us as well in this project.
Yeah, I fully agree what my colleague is saying. For us, education is important, but it's one of the three core pillars. We have also research. We also have external services, which we are doing to the government and to companies. So we are very much focused as well on research. So we do not only want to cooperate here on education, which is, let's be honest, more a one-sided commitment from our side. We would like to benefit from both sides. And we would like to have joint research. Indeed, in the areas you were saying, we're not very strong at that at Antwerp, in the agro-logistics, the humanitarian logistics. We are basically maritime air supply chain focus. So there, I think we can learn a lot from each other. We're open to dual degrees. It's a bit more complicated from Antwerp's side. With you, it's a bit easier, although France is easy up to you start doing business in the end. But we are open to it. That was a joke, rather. Yeah.
But he doesn't refuse when I invite him to give classes in my program.
Yes.
He loves that. Coming in
That's one of the spin-offs. I will start teaching air
together.
transport and catch very, very soon, which is great. You've seen how beautiful the university is, almost as beautiful as the American university, but close. No, we are open towards joint PhDs. That's a track which we can do. So if any of you is interested in setting up a joint PhD or a dual PhD, then this is fairly easy at the administration, and it's. Yeah. So if you want to talk about that administrative, it's quite easy. It's much easier than all the forms we have to fill out for Europe. I was already complaining about it. C'est du jamais vu. We say I've never seen so many forms. And to be honest, that is one of the reasons. If you ask me to do another Erasmus Plus, for the moment we say no. One, we want to be selective because I think we have a very good team here. We really want to make this happen. So we're selective, but secondly, we will not do it anymore from the University of Antwerp, from the faculty of it, because the administration is too heavy. I know it's not a nice comment.
I'm not sure, Uta, because if I propose that next year for another thing, I'm sure that you will come.
Maybe, if you fill out all these forms, then it's...
We will.
You will, okay. Thank you so much. So we're open towards working together on two sides, but I'm sure we will make this program happen.
Yes.
With all the cultural differences, we get there. I'm sure Maya has been so angry with me many times, I'm sure, but we got there in the end. Thanks to Elizabeth.
Thank you. We know you anyway.
I think that was
the
last
for
slide.
us.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So, thank you so much, Wouter and Elizabeth. We will have a short coffee break now before we break into the panels. The first panel is going to tackle the humanitarian sorry, the maritime supply chain, and we're going to have several panelists. So we're going to have a very brief introduction by Professor Walter de Wolf, and then he is going to be joined by the panelists, Dr. Jason Munoz from Kedge Business School, who is a professor of maritime. He has worked with national and regional transport authorities and co-authored technical reports with UNCTAD and UNECLAC. He is a chartered member of the Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport and co-chair of the Intermodal Freight Transport SIG of the World Conference on Transportation Research Society, as well as a member of the International Association of Maritime Economists, the Port Performance Research Network, and the Port Economics Online Initiative. Joining the panel is also Dr. Sven Boyle, and he's a Principal Research Fellow at the University of Antwerp. He started his academic career as a research assistant at the Department of Transport and Regional Economics. In September 2020, Dr. Sven obtained his PhD in Applied Economics and is currently continuing his research as Principal Research Fellow. He's also teaching various courses on air transport economics and management, transport modeling, and managerial economics at the University of Antwerp. Last but not least, we have also on the panel Dr. Luay Jaissat, who we have already seen during the first part of this conference. Just as a reminder, he's Associate Professor of Marketing and Supply Chain Management at Talal Abu-Ghazaleh University College for Innovation. So I would like to call on Dr. Wouter. The floor is yours, and the panelists, please feel free to join, to be seated. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Where, there's one there.
Second microphone would be nice. So, thank you, Maya, for introducing the panel. And we have normally Jason online. We will probably say hi in a second. So, thank you so much. The idea now is that we have a bit of an interactive panel discussion where you can also participate. Thank you. You can also participate in the discussion. I have prepared some questions which I will ask to the panel, and maybe I come back to you, or if you want to say something, please be free. We try to limit the discussion to 40 minutes. So if you answer, dear panel, please answer concise. That's also something I learned culturally. We in the northern part, we tend to answer sometimes very short, and the more south you go, the longer the answer is. So let's try to squeeze it into 1 or 2 minutes per question maximum. A bit of an open door here. We have been talking a lot this morning about disruption and all the problems around in the supply chain. I just summarized them here behind me. There might be a few new ones there, because it's written a bit from the European perspective. I know the perspective in the Middle East is somewhat different. We're going to touch up on that later on during the panel discussion. But what we see is that supply chains are definitely fragile for the moment, and we do not only talk maritime and air, but we talk about the complete chain that is disrupted through a number of events. If it's in China, if it's about the demand, which is certainly higher, is it because of the supply is somewhat restricted, but we have very fragile supply chains for the moment. We see in Europe there's a bit of a tendency towards nearshoring. Many companies were very shocked following the Corona crisis that we get so many of our materials from China, from India, from Russia, and we noticed that we are very, in Europe then, from the European perspective, very fragile. And lots of talks now in Europe about nearshoring. I mean, do we really need to have only plan A? It might be good to have a plan B as well. Do we really need to move everything, get everything, all raw materials from China, from Russia, and so on? If something happens, we are blocked, like we have currently in Europe, a big crisis with the gas coming, especially from Russia. So nearshoring is something very, very fashionable for the moment, and I'm sure many research papers will be written about it over the next coming years. Another thing is cold chain. we are quite involved in the pharma logistics, and there we see that the cool chain, to keep, like the vaccines was a very good test case, but we see that the cool chain guarantee, because of the different steps, because there's hardly anyone apart from 2 or 3 large integrators like DHL and UPS and FedEx, they control the entire supply chain, but most of the time we have different actors. And different actors means there's an information exchange which is lacking, and there you can see also the data control, which is not always well done, but also the cool chain guarantees, not only for pharmaceuticals but also for fruit and vegetables and other perishables. So we have all these issues. Sustainability, we haven't talked much about sustainability. I do know it's probably not one of your main issues. If you see all the issues for the moment that Lebanon and Jordan is facing, I can imagine, understand sustainability is not on the top 5 of your list. In Europe it was, it still is, it's even more if you look at climate change, but sustainability is one of the top priorities for many companies, European and American companies. And last but definitely not least, although there's a crisis for the moment in Europe and United States, we do have a problem with finding good people. Our students, they find jobs straight away, even before they graduate. We're in desperate need of good people, and also desperate need for good people in the supply chain. And we think that this program, the Master of Global Supply Chain Management, which will also be, let's say, approved by both universities, can open up towards a job, maybe here, maybe in the Middle East, but also maybe in Europe or elsewhere. So we are in desperate need of well-educated masters, and we didn't talk too much about it, but in Europe, if you want to find a good job, you need to have a master, and not only a bachelor. Most of the people, when you have a bachelor degree, 3 or 4 years, they do a master on top of that. It's standard, it's normal. We probably can only retire when we're 67 or 68. In France, it's still 65. I heard they want to go down to 60, but anyway, it will be 67 or 70. So it doesn't matter if you have to study 1 year more as a master. So the last one, finding good people, is also a very big issue. And it's not only managers, but also blue collars on the field who want to sort packages, who want to do the paperwork, who wants to load and unload different containers. That's also a very big issue in Europe. So these are a bit the issues which we have for the moment. And let's turn maybe to, I have prepared 5 questions with some sub-questions. We have about 6-7 minutes per question. I think Jason, I think you're there. Is Jason there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes. Oh my God, it's like God talking to us. That's that's good. Jason, you are on holiday apparently. By the way, everyone hears you. You do realize, yeah?
I'm
You're
back
on
now.
holiday.
I'm back now.
Are you back
this week? Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Anyway, you're missing a lot by not being here, but thanks for dialing in. So I've just ranked a few challenges. I'm not sure you have seen them. Probably not.
I did, but can you go back now? So I'm you know, I'm old. My memory is not any good, so I need to look at the list again.
Most of our Orlas have a television screen at the back, which is easy when you're teaching. You can see.
Yes.
But here there's no screen, so you have to invent yourself. You can manage. Okay. So when this is the list.
Excellent. Thank you.
All the challenges. So what are, according to you, the top 3 and why? And maybe we start with the eldest and the wisest. Let's start with you.
Stand and have a look with you. Thank you first for the nice introduction about the key themes in the field of and the challenges of the maritime logistic and supply chain. As we can see, we have different themes here, and many of them. And the list can be bigger actually, but this is what we have summarized. And the first issue, when you talk about long and short supply chains, or closed and open supply chains, or when we move from this is the first one, we can manage it or fix it. The other things and hot topics nowadays is the sustainability issue as well. where the last 5 years, all the countries along the world, they were talking about sustainability in everything. And they start telling all countries to apply sustainability goals and all these things. And the question, are we doing that in the correct way? Those two things, if you want two things. And the third thing, if I want to add, is the cold chain guarantee. This is very important for many products.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Let's maybe move to Sven. Jason, if you don't mind, we give priority to people who are here first.
I think the main challenge from the air transport side for supply chains are currently the high freight rates, because there is a lack of capacities. A lot of passenger aircraft are still grounded, which means that there is not so much belly capacity on the market. But there is still a high demand, which makes the prices are really high at the moment. But we see that there are also a lot of new airlines starting up, which try to introduce new full freighter capacity on the market. And in the end, also the passenger flights, let's hope they will start being in the air again. So capacity will start to increase. And once the COVID crisis is over, the prices will start drop again, of course. So this is, I think, only a short time that we will have this problem.
That's right. If you choose one here,
if I choose one of here, I would also think choose for sustainability. I think also in the air transport industry, this is a real challenge because, of course, air transport has a bad image regarding sustainability for the moment. And I think it will be a real challenge to make air transport industry sustainable in the future. We have a lot of new technologies coming, but will be challenging for long-haul flights, especially to use this kind of new technologies, alternative fuels. Electric flights, I think, is more suitable for the shorter distances than for longer distances.
Okay. It looks like Maya wanted to say something.
I wanted just to ask, are we looking at this, I mean, from the perspective in general, global, or is it, for example, for the region? Because for the region, for me, global, yes, because, yeah. All right.
So thanks, Maya. Jason, you've been on holiday, so I gave you a little bit more time to think about it. According to you, which are the biggest challenges in this list, or do you see other ones?
Well, I have to say sustainability, because that's one of my main research areas. I mean, we're seeing now lots of climate change effects happening already now around the world. We're seeing droughts and floods and everything going on right now. And that it's not just something for the future that we, to reduce carbon emissions, but it's actually affecting our supply chains right now. We're seeing in the Rhine River, for example, it's like the water it's drying up, so you can't even use it's affecting the barge transport, for example. So we're seeing a lot of effects right now. And more we're starting to see regulation happening. I mean, it's maybe not enough to push us where we want to go, but we know that in Europe they're bringing in introduced including shipping in the emission trading scheme from next year. So that's going to have a lot of effects, not just on the price, but even just on the administration to deal with all of that. So these are things, regardless of whether one even cares about sustainability, it's certainly something the industry will need to deal with one way or another. So I'd say that's probably the number one. And the other most important one, I think, is fragile supply chains. I mean, it's linked with all of these, many of these things impact on the fragility, but I mean, it's one thing if costs go up or even if time is extended, but at least if you know what the cost will be and you know what the time will be, that's the reliability that's actually more important. And at the moment, we don't have that because there's so many unexpected things that keep going wrong. So many delays in the supply chain, in the port. We can't get enough empty containers even back into the port. All of these sorts of things are causing that fragility and the lack of reliability. And that's what really messes up freight forwarders and big shippers. So I think that one is probably the other main one, which links with many of the others, actually.
Okay, thank you, Jason. Indeed, this is the global supply chain issues. I'm sure that if you look into the regional ones, the issues might be different. One of the conclusions of the research papers I am writing currently with one of my colleagues, Roel Hevaerts, is about the impact on the supply chain. And our conclusion so far is that the future supply chains will be shorter and greener. And the nearshoring is into that, also the sustainability part is in that. There could be a conclusion, which we are trying now to sustain somewhat. In the meantime, Jason, you have lost your divine status because we see you on the screen now. That's good. And the beautiful background, is that real or is that... it is real.
It's real.
Yeah,
It's
okay.
real. I can get you a book if you like.
Okay, that's good. It's always intellectual. You know, as a professor, you have some books behind you. I also try to do that.
Plenty of
oh, wow.
here as well.
Yeah, that is fantastic, and it is real. Okay, thanks for showing your bookshelf.
Yeah, I can go now. I'm done.
Let's move to the second question. We have. Yeah, I think I have to take the mic.
All right, so I won't take too much time. Just about sustainability. So I understand that air travel is not sustainable because one plane emits carbon much more than per person it will be a huge amount. But how about like maritime, like sea freight? Is that also considered not sustainable from a point of view of emissions?
I think Jason, you can answer that that question. Did you hear the question?
Yes, I did. Yes, I mean, most people in the industry will say that it's the greenest method because per ton kilometer it has the lowest emissions. But I would voice the unpopular opinion that yes, it is unsustainable. So I say yes to your question, because while it's the greenest method of transport per ton kilometer, the problem is because it's so efficient and so green, we use so much of it that emissions are continuing to rise. And according to the IMO, the best case scenario from now to 2050 is that we will stay the same. The absolute best case is that we won't reduce at all. We will stay the same. And worst case prediction is that we will increase by 50% the total emissions. So I think that is the challenge of shipping. We can't just be more efficient and be more greener per ton kilometer if the result is we ship so much stuff that we end up as a whole producing huge amounts of emissions. So as it currently stands, I would say the sector is not sustainable and we do need to shift to zero carbon shipping by 2050.
I was actually, thanks, Jason. I was actually surprised there was some research in Antwerp. You know, Antwerp wants to make itself as a cruise destination with cruise boats. And indeed, in Antwerp, you can just put your boat next to the Scheldt. It actually has a tide. And later on, we've built a port. Actually, the French did, Napoleon did. And later on, the Dutch completed it. And after that, we kicked everyone out and we kept the port. And then many cruise ships are there. And there were some discussions in Antwerp, as when you might know, that a cruise ship staying 3 days alongside the Scheldt inside the city takes as much CO2 as all the cars a whole year in Antwerp center. So as far as sustainability, indeed, Jason, you're right. Ships are not always as sustainable, but they're definitely more sustainable as far as CO2 per kilogram if you compare it with aircraft, of course. Oh, I opened a box of Pandora.
Hello, Jason. Good afternoon.
Hi.
My question is that turning green will be at a very high cost in view of the actual global economy. How do you see it? Is it achievable or not by 2050?
I think it is achievable. I mean, I would say that all the research I've seen about climate change in general, maybe not just in terms of shipping, but in terms of our whole economies, not doing nothing will cost us a lot more. The impacts of climate change will cost us a lot more than the cost of actually going green. So as an economy in total, it's definitely in our interests. It's in our economic interests to go green, absolutely, because the disruptions from floods and droughts and, look what's going on in Pakistan right now, half the country is underwater. These things are coming for all of us, and they will, besides all the damage and the deaths and all the horrible things, actually economically will cost us, trillions and trillions. So it certainly can be, needs to be done. From the shipping perspective, it can be done by 2050, but I think we will need two things. We will need to switch to green fuels, but I think we will also need to ship less, because I think the technology is there to switch to green to hydrogen, for example. But I'm not convinced we can produce enough green hydrogen to power all those ships. So I think we would need to ship less stuff as a whole as well. But there are other drivers of that. All the challenges we're seeing now and the pushing towards nearshoring, as Wouter was mentioning, things like that could actually lead to a lower demand for shipping. And the high costs, the high freight rates. I mean, we used to say we couldn't afford to go green, but look what the shipping lines just did. They've just raised prices by 1,000%. 1,000%. You know, we're looking at you know, 10,000, you know, $20,000 to ship one container. So we could have that could have been a tax, for example, of $20,000, and we could have been putting that to going green. So I think if the shipping lines can increase their price to $20,000 and people still pay it, I think we can afford to go green. But I think it will require probably to ship less stuff, because it will be the supply of the fuel that will be the limit, not the actual technology, because we have the hydrogen technology, for example. But also, I do think we will need regulation, because you're right in terms of the costs. We shouldn't expect one company to spend money to go green if the other company is not going to do it, because then they're just going to lose their business. And what's the point of that? So I think we need regulation to require that everybody does it, so it's a level playing field, so that everyone has to do it. And then, like, you know, if you get a regulation and you have to do something on your car, you just do it. But you're not going to do it voluntarily, because that doesn't make any sense. So I think we definitely need a regulation to make it fair for everybody. But I think it's going to come eventually.
Okay, thank you for that comment. I would say vote Jason as president, and things will be well. You had a comment, and maybe you have to.
I think personally, one of the most important challenges in supply chain management is the design of the system itself. And you know, we speak of supply chains, you know, as a generic process, but in general, each supply chain is designed or is thought about for a specific objective. So sometimes, you know, a short supply chain is not the most desirable for a certain objective. So I think a proper design for a suitable function encompasses most of those ideas, and particularly the idea of finding good people. I think good people work best in a properly designed system. So supply chain, in effect, is a system, and the design is the most, in my opinion, is the most important aspect for its success.
Okay, thank you, colleague, for this comment. I actually was not summarizing the research paper of Professor Evers and myself well, because we said supply chains, and Jason just confirmed that will be shorter, greener, but also more expensive. And Jason and Sven also focused on that one. Let's move now to the implications. And maybe you can zoom in a bit on the region, because we know the Middle East has a completely different DNA and impact DNA as Europe. I mean, if you see all these challenges, I mean, what are, according to you, the main implications for Middle East, for Europe, and who's suffering? And maybe you can start, if you focus on the Middle East, what are the main implications for the moment of these challenges, and who's suffering the most?
Okay. Just if we need to explain some of these challenges and the implications started actually. Just let's start with sustainability, for example. In Jordan, for example, just I'll talk about Jordan. We have started in 2015 in applying the United Nations sustainability goals. And these were collaboration between the United Nations and Jordan. And we did awareness for all ministries, all private and governmental sector to apply all these goals. But in reality, when it comes to apply them, people don't understand what is really sustainability. Because sustainability, and based on the World Economic Forum reports 2017, and also the original design, is the main target to achieving sustainability is the economic, the profit. And without achieving a profit, we cannot go for the environmental or green issue. And this is the second option. The third option is to have those three triple bottom line is the social impact. And without having economic and profit and minimize the cost and increase the net to profit, we cannot make sustainability actually. So we have a global impact to a local impact in Jordan, and we start applying this. The funny things are, just to say a story, most of people in Jordan start understanding sustainability is renewable energy. And this was a wrong trend. Then they moved from sustainability to recycling. This is another impact. However, we have the 17 goals, and now lately, the last, let's say 2 years, people start applying in correct way, and we start making research about it, even technical or practical implication in across different industries. And this is a good thing on which is a global impact on the local impact from sustainability in terms of the implication. And the good thing, always the government asks the academia and researcher to be involved to really create workshop and awareness and to implement the new concepts. If this is one thing actually. And the other thing, we had maybe many projects about the cold supply chain. And I agree with you, for example, it depends on the product type when we can have the short or long supply chain, and what are the number of operations are involved in this supply chain to be added or removed. And this is how we can decide which type of supply chain to be decided. But we face in Jordan, and we share this problem with Lebanon, Syria before, some neighborhood countries in fresh food actually, about the cold chain. If you need to go by road or by maritime or by air, we have the problem in the 3 modes of transportation actually, and how to not make a break in the cold chain. And we, for example, during this year, we have the World Bank involved, the UN involved, many embassies involved in Jordan, working with the airport to fix this problem. This problem, how don't make break in the cold chain to maximize the value chain. And really, we are talking about millions will be invested to make awareness and to do investment in that cold chain, and sometimes we call it the value chain, not the supply chain. Okay, and how to keep the value from the, as you mentioned here, one of the colleagues, from the farm to the fork, or from the source to the end, and how to not to break it. This is another implementation. We have projects, we have consultation between, mainly we have European partners or US partners. This is the first stage. Then we need to go to practical. We have different investors to make it real, and we cannot ignore the industry and the private sector. If you don't agree with them and have the private practical, public partnership, we cannot move on, because at the end, we are doing this for them. This is just 2 examples of what's going in Jordan and reality.
Okay, thank you, Luai. Sven, if you look at it, actually the implications, if you look broader than only air, I mean, what's happening in Europe?
Implications for Europe, for supply chains. I think we will go to nearshoring in the near future. I think this is one of the main implications of the crisis we are in, to be more independent of other parts of the world. I also think that one of the benefits of Europe is that regarding then sustainability is that we have more or less of a common framework in which we can work, in which we can use to set an example also for other parts of the world.
Okay, yeah, thank you for your answer. Jason, we will skip you. I recycle you in the 3rd question, if it's fine. Opportunities. Let's be positive now as well. There's a question. Okay, thank you. Is there a question?
Thank you very much. Yeah, I will. Yeah, but referring to the last question.
Please answer short.
In terms of the implication and who's suffering in our region, ultimately, it's the final consumers. I mean, the prices of the items in general has significantly increased during the last year, for instance, in Jordan and the region in general, mainly the oil and gas, impacting by, the supply chain and also the war in Ukraine, for instance. So I guess, the governmental plan in order to recover from that one, the challenge, in order to, support the people who are suffering. So this is very, very critical for the supply chain, I guess, and the governments. Thank you.
Thanks for your comment, colleague. It's not all negative, of course. Every crisis creates potential opportunities. Of course, they're winners and open doors. Look at the freighter companies and the airlines. Look at the maritime companies who are winning. But maybe some other companies are winning as well. I mean, do you see any opportunities arising in the supply chain sector? And Jason, I will come first to you. And then I will ask you how the Middle East maybe can take advantage of these opportunities. Jason, do you see any opportunities in the supply chain sector?
Yes, definitely. I can think of two straight away. One is in terms of the nearshoring that a few of us have already mentioned this morning. So some of that doesn't have to be reshoring back to Europe, but it could be around the Middle East and North Africa. We could have a lot of warehouses and things there for storage, and then you ship from there into Europe. So there could be a lot of opportunities there, whether for manufacturing or simply for bringing things from Asia, for example, but storing them around the Mediterranean for then later shipping a short distance into Europe. So from a supply chain perspective, I think that could be an option. And related to that is also the sustainability question. I mentioned the emission trading scheme in Europe. So I shouldn't really say this because I don't want to give advice on how to avoid the regulation, but that regulation will the carbon emissions that the shippers have to pay for are from the shipment from somewhere into Europe. So if it's from China to Europe, you'll be paying 50% of those emissions all the way to Europe. So I believe a lot of shipping lines are looking at actually transshipping at ports around the Mediterranean in the Middle East, and then from there to Europe. So actually their final shipment into Europe, from outside Europe into Europe, is much shorter, and they will pay less. They'll have to pay less permits for that. So I think transshipment ports around the Eastern Mediterranean could have quite some opportunities in that case.
Okay, thanks for that. Maybe move to the Middle East. Do you see any opportunities, or do you agree with Jason that some Middle Eastern ports can benefit from the ETS scheme, for instance, or do you see other opportunities?
Yeah, just I'm thinking about just two main opportunities. We have many actually to work within a country or the region or between us and different partners in Europe or other countries. The first opportunity in what I'm thinking when I'm talking about the complexity of the supply chain, the vertical or horizontal interaction in the supply chain between the different actors or the service provider or the government support. We have this complexity. So the first thing, and nowadays we need to do it very fast, what we call it information visibility. And that the main problem is information and how to make it visible and share it. Because the opportunity to invest in technology, such as blockchain technology, this is one thing. And this is actually the last 4 years, if you go with conferences, with industry across the globe, they are talking about this technology and other and latest technology. But in supply chain, I'm talking especially about blockchain, how this can help us solving the legal framework, because really in the supply chain, we have conflict. We need to make legal framework across the blockchain and make information visible between the end market and the local market. This is the main issue we should focus on in the supply chain. On the other hand, we are still not solving the issue, what we call a gender supply chain. Because if we are talking not about supply chain, just big companies, we talk about family businesses, we talk about small and medium enterprises, because we talk about the country development. When you need to analyze the supply chain and include the gender analysis, especially when you talk about youth or women and how really distribute them across the supply chain, this is not an easy job. And when it comes to practical implementation and opportunity, this is very important. And you can solve many problems and lead to better economic with focusing on gender. And if I'm talking about Jordan, for example, the last 5 years, we applied 40 projects just on how to develop value chain and supply chain in different fields. This is another issue, very important actually. And in maritime, for example, one of the biggest problem is about the labor distribution and labor capacity and how to build it in maritime. And this is also, for example, if you ask women in Jordan to work in maritime, you will not find one, maybe in management, but maybe in other countries, you can't find that. If you talk about distribution in maritime for that, this is another issue, should be an opportunity to contribute to a better supply chain. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's maybe move to the fourth question, and then we can nicely finish on time. There are 5 questions in total. We already spoke quite a lot about sustainability, but maybe let's focus now on energy, the current energy crisis. Do you see that as an disabler or an enabler? I will ask you to use Sven in a second, for the sustainability. And if you look not only at the air transport industry, but also look a bit broader.
I think it will be an enabler to make the supply chains more sustainable because of the current energy crisis we're in. We are forced to think about alternative energy sources, and I think we'll have to invest more in them. And I think things are starting to change now not because of the thought of sustainability, but because of we are in an energy crisis.
Yeah. When we were, as a kid, we were talking about the Middle East, we always thought about deserts, and you drill a hole and there's oil coming out. Now I do realize that in Jordan, there's some oil, but not too much. And Lebanon, there's no oil, I think.
No, the problem...
Not yet. Keep on looking. Yeah. Oh yes, I know there is one. But you have to agree with your neighbor, right? Okay. Yeah, I got the Lebanon stamp now in my passport, so I cannot get into Israel anymore. Now. Yeah. Sorry.
About the oil or in general? About the energy? About politics?
Up to you, but try to be short.
No, just,
try to be short. Academics always go on forever.
Yeah,
I do know. But
no, just I'm trying
1 minute.
to. Yeah, 1 second.
Not 60 seconds.
No, energy is one of the main problems in Jordan, and you know, to make it just direct, the political issue can affect us in this direction. So we spent the last 4 years to try to build a good political networks, because when it comes ready with support from outside, the cost is less than doing it by self. If we have oil, we have oil. If we have other type of energies, we have. But the cost to have it as support or from other countries or buy it is much better from doing it by self. But we need to stop that. We need to reach the point to do it. And even the cost extra, we can distribute this cost. So energy is a big problem, but in Jordan, we are satisfied in the energy sources. We're not that great, but we are satisfied.
Okay,
yes.
But you definitely see in Europe, the gas is ×4 for the moment in price. Fuel, not too much, because fuel is most of it is tax in Europe, but gas is ×4. And you see all these companies nowadays try to cut the gas consumption. And in fact, this crisis we have could be, as Sven is saying, one of the biggest enablers to enhance the sustainability. Let's move to the final question. And let's talk about the role of the Middle East, and we also will hear the European view on it. I mean, Jason already gave us a free trick how to avoid the ETS, but what could be the role of ports and airports in the regional and the global supply chain? And is the local infrastructure ready for this? The local, that would be your question, but first I maybe move to Jason. Jason, what could be the role of the Middle Eastern ports? You already talking about transshipments. I will ask airports to use, Sven.
Yeah, I think that's the main option, main opportunity. Definitely transshipment into Europe, but also if we do have more trade or sort of storage and warehousing in the Middle East and North Africa, then that would also, of course, increase demand for shipping between across the Med. So it could be ro-ro shipping or whatever. But I think in terms of if the local infrastructure is ready and what else is going on in the Middle Eastern ports, I think we need to ask our Middle Eastern colleagues. I'm not the person to, I'm here to learn from you. So tell me.
Yeah. But for the nearshoring, I think we all agree, and it could be a very interesting research paper I mean, if everyone talks about nearshoring, I mean, nearshoring, if you look from the European perspective, is that then Poland and Bulgaria, or is that one step further? And I agree with Jason that it definitely will be one step further. We look into countries like Turkey, like Jordan, like Lebanon, where we could get our manufacturing done at that moment. But the question is, of course, maybe first have a look at the airports, and then we move on to the infrastructure to conclude.
There are definitely also some opportunities for the airports in the Middle East, I think, especially to develop a kind of hub function to connect Asia with Europe and connect the trade flows via the Middle East. But the big question, of course, is what's going to happen with China in the future, because it's still uncertain when they will be opening up. But I believe there are going to be some opportunities here for the Middle Eastern airports as well. And I think the infrastructure is also there for the moment.
Yeah. And the question is, it ready to expand? And we have a final minute to wrap up.
Just in reality, infrastructure is very important, and we lack the complete, I'm not saying right or wrong, the complete infrastructure in terms of the capacity. In terms of capacity and facilities, and this is the problem. So we have done a study 2007 and another study 2010 for the region, including Jordan, Iraq, Saudi Arabia, Lebanon, Syria. We displayed a map and quantities and all these for the airports, for the road network, and for the ports, and we found many gaps there, and these done to analyze the whole situation to end up with some opportunities. For example, I will give, we try now in the airport, with Jordan airport, to invest with a French company to make a new cargo just for pharmaceutical and fresh fruit and vegetable and all these things. Will cost around maybe 20 million. And this is a new infrastructure because we have the only one source to do that. The other example, we are talking about to make a new warehouse in Dubai, where we can make it as a stop to distribute the products to Far Asia and other countries. And this is another discussion on the table to be agreed by the government for the last 2-3 years and supported with European countries. And the other project was also to look at a new infrastructure with Cyprus to export the products from Middle East, where Cyprus can do what we call it re-export to Europe. And this is another example. No, this is another, because
they fly over.
no, because from Jordan to Cyprus is 1 hour, and we have many exporters are working and run companies there. So why we are looking for those options to make infrastructure, and we have a problem with the warehousing as well and packaging, and we try to develop it.
Okay, yes. We have to wrap up here. There's one question.
First of all, we might have some questions from our online audience, and we're going to have to. Yes, it's okay. It's okay. Yeah, I know. And we are Middle Easterns, and I would like to hear from Mr. John Shdeed a little bit. He is the country manager of DHL regarding the local infrastructure and how it whether we're ready, we're not, what is missing. So I know you're on another panel, but it's good to have your opinion on this.
No, my pleasure. So in the Middle East, I'd say the Gulf countries are pretty well set up in terms of infrastructure and regulatory framework. I think, unfortunately, Lebanon needs some work, and perhaps I think maybe Jordan is in the same situation. So the cool chain is definitely an issue here at the airport, and we need something along the lines of a dedicated cool chain facility that would make a big difference. And I think, really, and I hate to say it, but obviously our port needs a lot of help. We were in good shape before the August 4th blast, but obviously we need to rebuild now. But if we do, I think the port is well situated. Lebanon is very well situated. as is Jordan. We're right in, we're 4 hours from the Gulf and 4 hours from Europe, by air at least. So geographically well situated. But I think we face regulatory issues as well. So sometimes the private sector is ready, but the government is just not, up to speed. And I think that's where we suffer quite a bit also in Lebanon.
Okay, thank you. I think the comments there says more or less the same thing. That's more the regulatory and the institutional framework. It is the fact that if you look at the geographical location from air, Jordan and Lebanon are much better situated than Dubai and Qatar by far. Even like best thing effect between Asia, we calculated geographically, is actually Turkey. Turkey is the best location, but it's still quite good here, given the fact that all these issues, with certain countries close to Turkey. Was that a question? It's a comment, yeah, and it reinforces what you were saying, that it needs a regulatory and a legal framework. And I've already known that in Lebanon you have to complain about politics, isn't it? So, and I think you're actually right. We also complain about politics. In France, they vote for a president and then they're not happy with him anymore, isn't it? It's always like that, isn't it? In Belgium, we have the same issue, but I do understand things are different here. Let me just wrap up the discussion so far. I would like to thank the panelists for their very interesting point of view. We have summarized a number of challenges. The panel has indeed concluded that the statement that supply chains might become shorter, greener and more expensive in the future, that is an issue. Sustainability was an issue which has been highlighted by many panel members. Also the fact that we run short of people in all different functions. We have also discussed the fact that the challenges in Middle East are somewhat different. There are certain other challenges there, but there are some very good steps of getting there. We also discussed that the geographical location of both Lebanon and Jordan are excellent to move forward into a number of products. The gentleman there was also saying rightly that, of course, you cannot just simplify and do nearshoring and all of that. You'd have to look at the system, which also definitely makes sense. And we all identified that there might be some opportunities for these countries here to expand the supply chain and use Lebanon or Jordan as a hub for either transshipment, for nearshoring or whatever. So the future looks quite well, but of course then the regulatory and the legal framework and the political framework around it must be sound. So that's more or less the summary of the discussion. Thank you so much, and I hand over to Maya again.
Thank you so much. Okay. So now we move to our next panel, which is on the disruptions, implications, opportunities in the humanitarian logistics and supply chain management. Similar structure to what we had now. Dr. Mohammed Fuad is going to give a presentation or a short talk around the topic, and then a discussion will be instigated among the panelists, Mr. Nabil Aitani, Ms. Michelle Isminger, Ms. Asma Aitani, and Dr. Basil Maddah. Dr. Fuad is an associate professor of public health practice at the Faculty of Health and Sciences at AUB. He's chair of IDRC Forced Displacement in the Middle East and co-director of the Refugee Health Program at Global Health Institute. He is also the principal investigator and co-investigator on several projects related to health in protracted and armed conflicts. He served as a commissioner in 2 Lancet commissions, the AUB Lancet Commission on Syria and the Crisis in Global Governance, Health and Aid, and the UCL Lancet Commission on Migration and Health. Dr. Fuad is the author of more than 80 articles, op-eds, and reports published in top journals. He will be joined by the panelists. Ms. Michelle Isminger is the head of programs at the World Food Program. She leads all the programs of WFP in Lebanon, from food parcels for Lebanese to social safety net cash transfers to refugee response, school meals, and livelihoods projects. She has served in a variety of capacities and many countries interim head of the New York office to senior advisor to the Office of the President of the General Assembly, emergency coordinator in Mauritania and Democratic Republic of the Congo, and contingency and risk planner in Georgia, to name a few. Ms. Asmahan Zain is the advisor of the board of the Lebanese League for Women in Business. She comes with a long experience in logistics and transportation. She was among the founders of Aramex Lebanon, where she worked for 27 years. While with Aramex, she was elected as the first female president for Freight Forwarders Syndicate. Throughout her career, she served on different boards, including Ahmadist Advisory Board and Jazz Lebanon, Lebanese Women Angel Fund, Ruwad Asmahan in Tripoli, and many others. Dr. Bassel Maddah we've already seen him on 7 years, beginning of this conference. And also, of course, we are joined by Mr. Nabil Aitani, who is with Red Cross. He is it Beirut? Where? Beirut branch. Okay, thank you. So, Dr. Fuad to the podium, and the panelists, if you'd like to take your seats. Want you can present from there or this one?
I think here.
Yeah.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me. Just for a sort of disclosure, I'm not an expert of supply chain. I can say that for humanitarian logistics, I'm okay on that part. I work on fragile settings. So humanitarian settings actually are my field of work. So I'll present something around that. So, and Maya kindly asked me to moderate this session with, experts, the gentlemen, ladies, and I hope we can get a sort of good discussion. But let's agree that we need to have it on time. So I try to be very quick, on my presentation, which is, I was prepared actually for a longer one, but I try to be quick, building on the previous experience in the last session, I think, which is quite very good one to say in that way. Just want to set some sort of definitions, and this is the definition of disasters, of the disruption that physically affects system as a whole and threaten the priorities and goals. And taking into account actually the issue of that crisis that required logistic efforts, it's divided into, let's say, 4 types. One is calamities, that the one that with the natural cause and sudden onset, like earthquakes, hurricanes, destructive actions like sort of industries accident, sort of terrorist attack, Beirut blast, and sort of plagues, plagues like sort of pandemics and drought. And the last one is crises that characterized by man-made and slow onset occurs, like the political and refugee issues. And this is in a brief. So sometimes we can see 4 categories at the same time. For example, the one in Beirut in August 2020, where we see very destructive action with overlapping with the pandemic at that time, the COVID, and of course the economic crisis. Usually a humanitarian response shaped around 2 issues, either disaster relief and or continuous aid worker. Mainly the current humanitarian system work on the first one, mainly actually short-term plan, basic needs, and sort of specific in time. The other one, which is the issue of protracted long-term, the current human system usually or unfortunately, actually, doesn't meet the needs of that. So what is the humanitarian logistics? It's the activities of planning, implementing, and controlling the efficient, cost-effective flow of and storage of goods and materials, as well as related information from the point of origin to the point of consumption, for the purpose of alleviating the suffering of vulnerable population. And you see many elements here in this definition. The population here is our vulnerable population suffering from that. You know, the route is from origin to consumption, and there's, you know, about the three fundamental flows. So the materials, the information, and of course, the money. Speaking on Middle East, which is, I would like that we focus our conversation now on Middle East, and maybe specifically a bit on Lebanon and Jordan, but of course, it's free to have it a bit open. In Middle East, it's a sort of interesting, region, because you see at the same time, you know, the richest countries, you know, by GDP per capita, and the poorest country, you know, very diverse in a sort of education and finance, but very actually sort of having crises. You know, according to WHO, they count sort of 15 sort of a humanitarian crises currently graded. They have like a different type of grading. So they have, you know, 15 out of 22 countries. This country, we're talking about 9% of global population, but they have 15 graded emergencies at the same time, affecting 60 million, and 30 million are forcibly displaced. So the origin of displacement from this region are the highest in the world, and hosting countries are the highest also in the world, maybe comparing with the Turkey on the other side. And the two countries that are mostly affected, this number is about the refugees in the region, in the Middle East, almost 12 million refugees and 19 million IDPs, internally displaced population. The most effective actually are, you know, in the region, Jordan and Lebanon, because they host the most number of per capita for refugees, but at the same time suffering from other humanitarian crises. In Jordan, water stress is something like a very clear and important. And of course, we're talking about unemployment. Jordan's estimate average annual cost of hosting refugees, Syrian refugees in specific, is $1.5 billion. And the number is steady, you know, since 10 years, almost 10 years of having refugees. And thinking about sometimes, you know, when listening about the issue of return, you know, I think this is a quite, I should say, illusion, because unfortunately, we don't have enough examples from the global crisis that people went back after a long-term protracted crisis. In Lebanon, it's again, unique case, not just in the Middle East, but worldwide, having like in 2 years overlapping very severe crises, including, you know, COVID, the Beirut blast, and the severe economic collapse that now almost like a 70% under poverty line of Lebanese, and among refugees, more than 90% under the poverty line. So these could be, you know, key questions on how to structure a program in poorly governed states, like in the Middle East, Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, Jordan, and Yemen, for example, or how to restructure humanitarian aid to meet long-term, which is, I mean, talking about sustainability or long-term is that important, but at the same time to meet the short-term needs. One of the issues that in the last 10 years suggested is the issue of a humanitarian development nexus that, you know, refer to the transition or overlap between the delivery of a humanitarian assistance and the provision of long-term development assistance. And this is driven not only by the central policy prescription, but also how actors pragmatically and in practice respond to changing and complex context demanding a new approach. So speaking on that, and I would like to now to ask, our kind panelists about this issue when talking about a humanitarian crisis. The example now from worldwide is the issue of long-term, protracted, something like the average now, as the World Summit, in 2017, they said the average now is 19 years of, instability. So speaking about this long term, so how we think about this humanitarian logistics and supply chains. Would you like to start?
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Michelle Eisminger. I work for the World Food Program of the United Nations. I'm not sure if all of you know what that is, but the World Food Program is arguably the largest humanitarian supply chain organization in the world fighting hunger. Supply chain is the backbone of what we do because we have to deliver life-saving assistance as well as developmental support to over 120 countries and territories, helping 100 million people every year. We do this in a wide range of ways, whether it's planning, procuring goods and services, shipping, dispatching, delivering, storing. And we have expertise and experience over 60 years. And we also share that expertise with NGOs, governments. We work with private sector, local organizations. And so that's the World Food Program. In terms of supply chain in the Middle East, I'm based here in Lebanon, so I can speak a little bit to that. I would say that if you want to touch on the humanitarian development nexus, we are working on both levels. So yes, when there was the port explosion, the World Food Program got grants and donations for wheat and other food commodities that could come quickly into the country using alternative port routes, but at the same time received additional money to make investment to rebuild the food safety lab for quality control and inspections for future shipments coming in. So you have to do a little bit of both for the long-term supply chain rehabilitation of the country.
Can I follow up with that just before you move, please? Just about, you do that, but what are the challenges when facing that sort of this long-term instability before moving, with the issue of challenge, as WFP, as a, global program?
In terms of challenges, of course, there's the infrastructure challenge. When the port became disabled, we had to come up with alternative ways and means to get shipments in, because we also service and support other entities, especially in a big disaster. So you have to get creative. You have to come up with different ways of working with a governmental organization and try to diversify your shipping opportunities.
Thank you. Dr. Bassel, just to follow up with this issue of, challenge, and when we have such a sort of situation in the region, and in Lebanon specifically, we want to talk about Lebanon. So talking about this challenge in doing supply chain for humanitarian logistics with the issue of failed state or, poor infrastructure, how do you think about it?
Actually, I think the question about long-term support is very important. I want to start first by saying that even on the short term, the Beirut explosion showed that we have real issues. I mean, except for the Red Cross and the Difa al-Madani, everybody else failed in the Beirut port. So we also need to look at that in Lebanon. Now, in terms of the long-term response, I think it starts with economics before the logistics. The issue of, I know after the crisis, money becomes tight, and the sympathy is less from the stakeholders. So there is little money available for refugees, for affected people on the long term. So a really wise capital budgeting of how to spend each dollar to benefit these displaced communities like refugees, like even displaced people in the same country, is very important. And I think a scientific approach for that, I mean, I tried to research this a couple of years ago, really the literature on how to spend limited amount of money in a humanitarian crisis is really lacking on that. So that's, I mean, I think we start with a sophisticated capital budgeting model that really rations every dollar spent on aid. And then on the logistics, I think there is opportunity in those camps. You know, how do you improve the livelihood of camps, about how to deliver food supplies, how to manage the livelihood of these people. So there's lots of logistical challenges there. I've seen some of my colleagues in the Faculty of Engineering working on creative solutions for heating and cooling for these people, like sustainable solutions which are low cost. So I think there's lots of opportunity there on improving the livelihood of refugees, whether through the food and the basic support, all the way through other aspects of their lives.
Thank you. I want to ask about the experience of Red Cross in this regard. So how Red Cross deal with this? Yeah.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to say one thing, that the Lebanese Red Cross has been in the humanitarian field since 76 years. So, and due to this, every crisis, it was kind of milestones for us to learn and to move forward. So we were able, through all this, let's say, our history, to build up always and to be more, let's say, proactive and to plan for the future, unfortunately, for disasters or for problems or for crisis. This is what allowed us, for example, during the COVID crisis, to be the only one who were equipped and to be able to deal with, let's say, affected people by the pandemic. Now, if we take the case of the Port Blast, due to the war of 2006, we planned, and we planned since that time to be able to respond and to shelter and to help 10,000 persons. And this is, let's say, a norm that it is recognized by international organization. So definitely it is, our plans are always reviewed, are always updated, and we are always looking forward. Like, for example, now, due to the, let's say, the world crisis, what's happening, the war in Ukraine, we are working on diverse, to have diverse, let's say, suppliers, be it from outside or from inside, working on planning and trying to build a cooperation between us and other NGOs existing on the field, international organization. One of the things that it started, let's say, 3 years ago, which is the DRR, Disaster and Risk Reduction Department, which now we are establishing it in all, let's say, in all governorates that's been in the south, in Beirut and the Bekaa and Tripoli, which allow us to be ready, in principle, between brackets, to respond and to be able to be more flexible and more mobile. And especially when we say crisis, that means we have to move fast. We cannot wait for the goods and the medicines and everything to come from abroad. So we have to foresee in all these things and to be ready and to go fast. It's not enough to bring the food by ship or by plane. Also, it has to be distributed quickly and rapidly, because the one who has no house and he needs food, he needs it today, not tomorrow. So all this, and I should add also, one of the lessons learned of the Lebanese Red Cross is try to be always independent and to have our plan and not to rely, let's say, on public sectors sometimes. Try to bridge with private sectors in order to achieve and to reach our goals and not to have duplicate roles. I'll give just the figures. In 2021, the Lebanese Red Cross helped more than 1,200,000 beneficiaries. We have 8,000 volunteers. And one of our success stories during the blast harbor, it was the cash program, which has compensated, let's say, the shortage in food. So we gave families affected by the blast certain amount that they can use upon their needs, and they can choose what they want to buy, be it food or something related to their livelihood or daily things.
Well, I can see, these opportunities maybe later, but I would like to listen more to the challenge. I mean, challenge for me is always something that I scratch my head how to deal with this challenge. What do you think about the challenge of this protracted overlapping long term?
First of all, thank you for having me on this panel. Secondly, Lebanon has been living surviving from calamity to second, third, fourth for the last 40 years. I think it's the country of lost opportunities. If we listen to what was stated earlier this morning from all esteemed panelists, we can find how much we are missing in terms of business, in terms of human resources, and on different levels. The major problem for the last 2 years in Lebanon is the non-existence of a proper government. Lebanon cannot survive without the public sector. Private sector cannot survive without the public sector. NGOs, civil society, whoever works in Lebanon cannot survive with the public sector. Saying that brings us to many, many problems and serious issues that are facing us as freight forwarders, logistic companies, and civil society, humanitarian aid. And if I want to exclude the international donors, NGOs, or the UN agencies or international agencies, we are really suffering a lot on the level of importing medications, on the level of cold storage at the airport or the port, on the level of clearance, on the level of corruption, on the level of formalities, on the level of the Ministry of Health, on all levels. Where do you want me to start from? How can I talk about the future if I don't have a government? How can I talk about the future if we lost most of our infrastructure? You have to understand, and I'm happy here that we have a lot of colleagues from international companies who have to understand that we have the basics. We even have the basics. Companies are surviving on the minimum. Exporters of agriculture are facing many huge problems. Importers from outside, the same. So how do you want me to start and from where? And I'm ready to answer any question.
I think you start from something important, which is maybe it's a bit different from Mr. Aitan. It's about the role of state. So, my question to the audience, if you have any question or comment, and I specifically would like to listen to experience from Jordan, because yes, Lebanon is suffering from the issue of the absence of state, whereas in Jordan there is a state, there is even a strong central government. Are we talking about the same challenges in Jordan when we have also this protracted long-term also humanitarian crisis, including drought, refugees, sort of instability? How you think from or any other experience?
Can I add one thing? Listening to the previous panel, you can notice how much Lebanon it lose. We used to have trucking service from Lebanon through Syria, Jordan, and the Gulf. Now we don't have it. Even Jordan used to enjoy this trucking system. through either through Dubai or through Lebanon or Syria. This is all lost opportunities.
Thank you very much. I like your presentation and the data related to the Jordanian situation there. Actually, yes, we are facing, instability in terms of managing the humanitarian crisis between time to time. As I said earlier in my presentation, around 3.5 million refugees over the last 4 decades from different countries. Irregularities came from that. You cannot predict the number of the people. And also one of the key challenges that Jordan facing is the irregular flow of international aid. So some international donors, they used to devote some, let us say, aids to Jordan financially or other supplies, for instance. And when it comes to implementation, we used to face shortage or delays sometimes that really impact the supply to the refugees. Another thing that we are facing, the shortage of resources in Jordan and the unemployment that you have referred, it's not at 23, probably it's more than this, honestly. So for instance, in Jordan, we have around 120,000 unemployed engineers. They are very qualified people, as you can see from the data and published by the government between time to time. Another things that we are facing, it's from the surrounding countries that really capable to support refugees, mainly the Gulf countries. So, we have a good cooperation with them relates to, support refugees in a way or another, but again, it's not constant, it's not well regulated, and it's not sustainable, for instance. So one of the key challenges also that we are facing, nobody knows exactly what will go on in the future, for instance. According to the United Nations statistics, we have 640,000 Syrian refugees, and we have almost the same number unregistered, so already accommodated through the society. So we are talking about 1.3 million Syrian refugees. What's going on in 5 years from now? Are they going to stay in Jordan? Are going to be replaced again to their home country or not? Nobody knows exactly what will going on. But actually, between time to time, what I've seen from the media and also the follow up with the government in Jordan, the message used to be delivered by the government, mainly through the international conferences by the Minister of International Cooperation and the Planning, and also the King himself between time to time, in order to show what we are suffering in terms of unemployment, education, health services, and pressure over the infrastructure, including the transportation, education, hospitals, lots of things that we can probably face in Jordan. So I guess it needs probably more focus into long-term planning in order to have a plan that really guarantee the solution in the long run, and to see exactly what's going on. And hopefully we will not suffer any further, let us say, crisis in the region. I hope.
Well,
thank you.
We hope, we all hope. So speaking about this issue of high level of uncertainty, how WFP can see an opportunity or opportunities. Do you have the same feeling that we have? We're stuck in this uncertain also conditions?
Yeah, definitely, especially in terms of supply chain, things are very volatile. It's unpredictable. The Ukraine crisis has thrown, certainly for Lebanon, you can talk about the wheat, the soft wheat crisis, the bread lines. So, but there are opportunities. Lebanon at the same time is heavily dependent on imports, but it's also a producer of wheat. So there are ways that you could do more investment for local producers. There's, in addition to like the wheat crisis, there's also a fertilizer crisis. There's the energy crisis that was alluded to. The smallholder farmers, the agricultural, agro-food industry here could use a lot more investment. There could be better services for small farmers to try to increase production of wheat, if you want to look at it that way. and in terms of like partnering with other regional actors for diversifying supply chains into the country for the various imported goods that are needed is important. Interestingly enough, in Lebanon, most of our assistance is delivered by cash, just like the Red Cross. So while you could think about supply chains in terms of goods, we do think in that way, in the sense that when we give cash for people, it's to purchase something, it's to purchase something to eat. So those the issues about subsidy, the new discussions that are taking place about the customs tariff that could increase. This is going to raise the prices on all manner of goods across the country. So whatever is given in terms of humanitarian assistance in cash can't go as far. People won't have as much purchasing power. So these are some of the—
Cash would be an opportunity, right? People can pay. Yeah.
Cash is an opportunity only in the sense that if you give the correct transfer value for what's needed to have a decent, healthy, dignified life in the country.
So, Dr. Bassel, how will you see the role of academia, and if there is any opportunity, you know, I mean, you don't need to say yes, there is an opportunity, you know, but if there's no.
So unfortunately, I mean, I've been here for 17 years. In my first few years, I was excited about trying to help the public sector, whether the Ministry of Education, whether the Oil and Gas Agency and other things. And unfortunately, the problem in Lebanon is more political, not technical. We have excellent minds in all fields, in the industry, like this panel, that's people here, and in the universities, but the problem is in politics. Our politicians are also very smart. So, I mean, academia has a role, definitely, but maybe this is the age of more academia, which is more into activism, into political science, things we're not very good at in engineering and other fields. And we should not give up. And we always have students working with the Red Cross, working with other agencies. And we're not saying no to helping in the logistical challenges. But unfortunately, it seems that the political regime has really blocked sincere efforts to help with the situation using scientific methods.
Yeah, thank you. So Dr. Bassel has sort of wishes for opportunities, for good, you know, something to be solved. Do you see any opportunity from the private sector, you know, because you think that state is failed and there's no way to other actor to jump in?
I see a lot of opportunities. Of course, that's why I live in this country. Otherwise, I would have migrated. This doesn't, we cannot ignore the role of the public sector. This is a must in order to have a better future and in order to have to be able to reform the country, to bring it back to the standards of any good country. Unfortunately, yes, the opportunities are requested from the academia. The academia should raise awareness among all their students on the value of involving in different specialties that will serve the country on the level of studying agriculture, engineering, arts and science, because those are the jobs needed in the country. On the level of industrial engineers, supply chain. Otherwise, we will be graduating students with no opportunity to join any good job. We have a lot of beautiful entrepreneurs working in this country. We have a lot of shining private companies. Mind you, those private sector companies, they started during the Civil War. They built their business and they are still surviving up till now. The role of the private sector is to support the entrepreneurs and MSMEs. The role of the private sector is to mentor them, coach them, fund them whenever possible. This is the best way in order to survive in Lebanon. We have to find the industries that are needed for our people on the level of agriculture. Why should we import any agri stuff from worldwide? We should raise it here. Lebanon's second economy support was coming from agriculture before the civil war. Now it's even not 10% of the, only Khalid has the big percentage. And those are opportunities for me, because we need to start also on renewable energy. We need to start on rebuilding our infrastructure. We need to engage the refugees and productive projects that maintain, gives them the good income and give Lebanon back some revenue. Everything comes at a cost, Professor. Nothing comes costless.
Right.
We need to have solutions. If Syrians are going back, fine. If they are staying here, then we have to engage them. Same goes to the Palestinians. We have to benefit from everything in this country. And we have to have the right port, the right airport, the right regulations. I can state that.
Yeah. But if we don't have, I mean, if we don't have all these issues, or at least in the coming, as I'm talking to Mr. Itani, as sort of very pragmatic, practical entity, because you need to work, you need to have action. You cannot, you know, wait for electricity, or you cannot wait for having like a, I don't know, this fixed exchange rate of dollar. I don't know you. So how you can, you know, function in without having all these great wishes?
I believe we don't have the option. I mean, we have to look forward. We have to move forward. And I think always after a crisis, there is an uprising. It has been always, this is history. I mean, after a crisis, you go up and you move forward. Now, opportunities, going back to opportunities, I would like to add, like, I mean, it's a new domain now, it's opening. It's a new field, how to manage a crisis, how to plan to avoid a crisis in the future, how to respond. And all these are knowledges that I believe our volunteers, they are acquiring. And I would add on this, now as Lebanese Red Cross, we are requested a lot to go abroad and to give our lesson learned. So there is, unfortunately, based on this crisis, there are something to be learned and to pass to the others. And this is a field that it is always dynamic, because crises will always happen. And we have to be flexible, as I said in the very beginning, and to adapt accordingly and to move forward. Be it having all the infrastructure or not, I would add, I mean, I remember since my childhood, we lived always electrical crisis. We lived always, I mean, the crisis to stand up in line and to buy our bread. Nothing has changed, but we use what we call the resilience. Maybe it is negative or positive. So it allows us to move forward and to build up and to think, I mean, to think for the future. I mean, we don't have other option. This is our country and we're staying here and we have duties to do, and that's it.
Well, thank you. Before asking, you know, I mean, because I work in what's called now health system resilience in fragile settings. Because I do agree sometimes the issue of resilience is just we adapt with the bad, adapt with the something difficult, you know. But there's a feeling, there's a positive feeling, you know, from the panel, which is a bit quite surprised, you know, there is a sort of feeling. Is that the same feeling here? Any experience about the issue of, is there any opportunity working in such a fragile, uncertain situation? Or it's just like a wishes, or I mean, any practical issue can be used, or practical tools maybe, or I don't know if any good suggestion from the audience experience, please.
Thank you. I'm just somewhat puzzled in a way that there's lots of government bashing here, and I understand why. But I would like to hear maybe from the panel or from you. I mean, what do you want the government to do then? And what do you want the government not to do? Not, of course, is the corruption and the friendly politics and all of that, the nepotism. But what do you want the government to do? Because we also sometimes are very happy with our governments in a way, but you don't need the government for everything. In Belgium, we had 1.5 years no government and things went fine. So,
yeah, the question. You.
Thank you. You raised a very, very good answer for us. We all, as civil society and private sector, requested that to keep the public sector away from politicians, leave the public sector working and politicians to work on their politics. Your example is the best. You in Brussels, you were 1.5 years without a government, but the public sector was flourishing and working. This is critical for Lebanon. Lebanon needs reforms. Lebanon needs a government that is clean and away from the corruptions. Lebanon needs clean customs. Lebanon needs e-gate for all the government. Lebanon needs clean water. Lebanon needs solar energy, alternative energy. We need to give our industries the opportunity to serve their country. We need the agribusiness to grow and cover for all the imports that's coming. This is what we need. We need a proper government. If they don't want to become clear and start the reforms, there is no hope in this country. Again, keeping the public sector away from politicians is the key.
Because we need to wrap up quickly. So the question was, it's not about what we want, it's what we should do, I guess, the question. So in one sentence, what we should do. What we should do. What we should do before we wrap up.
Change the government.
I think Walter, as a fresh perspective, he brings an important point that why do you need the government? The problem with Lebanon is that the government is everywhere. I mean, the private sector is really very much linked to the government, like the banking sector, which caused many of the problems, is kind of owned by the government. And if you look in Lebanon, it's all cartels, you know. So it's a big system where again, it's not just let's say, dysfunctional government. It's a whole dysfunctional system which collapsed. Maybe the collapse is the opportunity. I mean, right. Before the crisis, they used to say the banking sector is amazing. They used to they talk about all these awards. So maybe now that the truth is out, that they all are failed, maybe that's the opportunity is there.
Yeah. Maybe we need to wrap up now quickly, but I think what to do, it seems that we have very little to do, unfortunately. So thank you very much for the panelists, and thank you for listening, and thank you, Maya.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody. We're going to break for 15 minutes for a very quick lunch, and then we will be ready for our final panel of the day, which is themed Agro-Food, Supply Chain Management and Logistics. Our last panel discussion will focus on disruptions, implications, and opportunities in agro-food logistics and supply chain management. We are joined by Dr. Gumatau Abebe via Zoom, who is going to present the topic, and by our panelists, Mr. Khalid Sinno, Mr. John Jadid, I think Dr. Wadia Skaf, is he joining? Wadia Skaf, Dr. Luay Jaisat, Dr. Luay Abu Antoun, Dr. Noor Damer, and Dr. Ali Shala. It's, one of our richest panels for today. Just a little bit of a bio about each of our panelists. So Dr. Gumatau is an assistant professor in the Department of Business and Social Sciences at Dalhousie University in Canada. Prior to joining the university, he worked at AUB and Hawassa University in Ethiopia for several years. His research focuses on exploring the efficiency and effectiveness of agri-food supply value chains and responding to food safety, food quality, and food security challenges. Our panelists, we have Mr. Khalid Sinno. He is the CEO of Karma Lebanon. one of the leading exporters of fresh Lebanese fruits and vegetables since 1995. He has a 25 years experience in the field of fresh produce procurement, packing, and logistics. He was the chairman of FAFS External Board of Directors between 2016 and 2021. Also, he serves as the Secretary General of Harvard Business School Alumni Club of Lebanon. He is currently focusing with others on implementing a vision to revitalize and restructure the agriculture sector in Lebanon through education, transfer of technology, and private sector intervention. We have Mr. John Shteed as the country manager at DHL. He worked in the real estate and hospitality sectors in the United States before joining DHL Express Lebanon in 1995. He began his career as the business development manager and became country manager in 1997. Dr. Wadia Skaf is an associate professor and researcher at ESIAM, St. Joseph University. He is an agricultural engineer. He is also an expert in statistical analysis and chemometrics. His research interests are infrared spectroscopy combined to chemometrics for the quality control of olive oil, honey, wine, dairy products, and chocolate. He is also interested in the analysis of trace elements in food metrics. We have Dr. Layal Bouantoun, who's an associate professor, master's program and faculties committee coordinator at the Faculty of Business Management at USG. She has a demonstrated history of working in the research industry and academic collaboration. She's experienced in international cooperation and local communities development. She was a lecturer at Grenoble Alpes University from 2012 to 2017 and at St. Joseph University since 2018. Also, she is the president of the Levantine Association for Economic and Social Development since 2014. Dr. Noor Damer is assistant professor at the Business Information Technology Department at Princess Sumaya University of Technology. She's the coordinator for 2 master's programs, Supply Chain and Logistics Technology Program and Business Analytics Program. In addition, she teaches the supply chain management for the Master and Engineering Management students in a dual program with Arizona University. Dr. Ali Shala is an associate professor of applied economics at the Faculty of Agriculture and Food Sciences at AUB. He worked in consulting in the UK, where he was involved extensively in economics and customer research conducted for a variety of water and wastewater companies and other utility and infrastructure providers in the UK and Europe. Dr. Shala joined the Faculty of Agriculture and Food Sciences at AUB as faculty member in 2009, and he remains actively engaged in independent economics consulting for both local and international clients from the private, public, and voluntary sectors. Dr. Shalak's research and consulting have yielded several publications in peer-reviewed journals. And remaining with us from other panels is Dr. Luay Jaisat from Tagushi University in Jordan. So, Gumatau, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Maya. Thank you so much. And good afternoon, everyone. And my name is Gumatau Abebe. It is so great to be part of this conference and reconnect with my AUB family. I also enjoyed the discussion very, very much. In the next 20 minutes or so, I will try to provide some highlights that hopefully shed some light to our great panel for the panel discussion, which is disruptions, implications, and opportunities in agri-food logistics and supply chain management. So I hope so. These are the outlines for my presentation. I will focus on recent trends that are shaping the agro-food logistics and supply chain management, supply chain disruptions, and resilience capabilities. All right, so the first thing I would like to just highlight here is that what are actually the most recent trends that are shaping the global agro-food logistics and supply chain before what happened under normal circumstances. So agri-food logistics and supply chains are already under constant pressure to respond to food safety, food security, and sustainability challenges. Some of the recent trends influencing production processes And distribution systems include population growth, urbanization, the aging population, especially those working in the farming sector. And there's competition for natural resources, where agriculture contributes about 80% of total deforestation, about 70% of water withdrawals. And there's also climate change, which affects agri-food supply chains, and also, of course, the other way around too, the agri-food supply chains also affect climate change. So as you know, agriculture contributes the largest share of global methane and nitrous oxide emissions. So this is also shaping the way agri-food logistics and supply chains are restructuring themselves. There is also an issue of agricultural productivity and innovation. We know that intensive agriculture has contributed a lot in terms of really increasing production, and food production has always been beyond what we need. And of course, issue was really distribution. So this was a fact. But with the population increase and with the amount of food that we might double in the next 40, 50 years, maybe the yield increase that brought us to date might not be sufficient to actually supply the amount of food that we need, for example, by 2050. Because with the conventional intensified culture system, then the yield increase may not be great, and actually it is slowing. And of course, and we need to come up with the next leap. The next leap would come probably from bioengineering, biotechnology, such as GMO. But we know there is big resistance towards GMO. Yes, GMOs, there might be some concerns, but we need also very informed discussion really about GMOs and the importance of biotechnology in terms of bringing the next leap in production and able to feed the growing population. And the other one is, of course, transboundary pests and diseases, and that's a big issue for international trade, whether importing or exporting. And this is also affecting the way agri-food logistics and supply chains are organizing or restructuring. And there is the issue of nutrition and health, especially with the ultra processed products. And there's increasing concern with regard to the healthiness of those products. And these are the issues that they need to normally, traditionally, the agri-food logistics and supply chains are being concerned and are trying to address. Because nutrition and health is not only how it is produced, but also it is how it is processed and distributed, and finally reaches to the final consumer. So everything is really very much connected, and this is a big concern, which is actually shaping the agri-food logistics and supply chains. Food losses and waste, of course, this is an important issue as well, and a huge part of our food is wasted. Of course, this figure has been there for many years, and because maybe it might have changed. And the problem is really to provide very accurate data is always difficult. But what we have in the literature is that almost 1/3 of total food produce is lost, especially before it reaches to supermarkets. And that is, I think, a big thing that would continue to shape the agro-food logistics and supply chain, because a big shift in this part of the supply chain will really help in terms of making sure that food is available everywhere. And the other important issues that are actually shaping the agro-food logistics and supply chain is food regulation. All aspects of the agro-food supply chains are subject to regulations. So they have to work with different regulations, requirements, in a very dynamic and uncertain environment. So this is something that is also happening, has been happening for the last 20, 30 years. And in response to that, there are changing in the food system. There is increased coordination and integration of primary production, processing, distribution, and retailing. And on top of that, we have the powerful actors along the agro-food logistics and supply chains, and specifically retailers. And they have, in fact, a disproportionate buying power. And this is because they have economies of scale and they have the knowledge of the final market. And that always gives them the leverage really to influence with what is happening in the upstream part of the chain. Today, retail stores, modern supermarkets can keep up to 30,000 different types of items or store keeping units, and each with probably its own supply chain complexities. And most of the time, almost in more than 90% of the time, these items are available whenever consumers go there and buy. So this is quite challenging, and because of their capability in doing so, they have become so powerful. But it means that everything what is happening along the agro-food logistics and supply chain is very much influenced by these powerful actors. So I think with this context, now we can talk about of disruptions, and these are what agro-food logistics and supply chain actors actually encounter every day. But on top of that, there are disruptions, and disruptions happen frequently and in the agro-food logistics and supply chain due to catastrophes like hurricane or earthquake or terrorism or transportation disruption due to storms or winds or whatever, and due to health hazards like we had, the epidemic or pandemic, famine, or due to strikes. So these are more or less, things that really happen frequently. Disruptions are more frequent because of the increased dependency on global supply chain. The longer the agro-food logistics and supply chains are, the more disruptions they will encounter, because disruptions at any point along the chain will affect the whole system. So disruptions become even more impactful because of the global nature of food production and consumption. And this is, of course, a reality that all actors along the chain understand and try to be more resilient in order to be by building more robust supply and distribution systems. Disruptions also vary by the nature of the supply chain. We are talking about today about agro-food supply chains. And agro-food supply chains involve farm production that is inherently biological, that has little flexibility to adjust production in response to, for example, sudden events like COVID, while also some agricultural commodities are storable, others are highly perishable. This further reduces the ability to deliver schedules at a short notice. So these disruptions can happen in all kinds of supply chains, but it is very unique when it comes to agro-food logistics and supply chain, because of the very nature of the products that are involved in those chains. So in light of this, let us focus more on disruptions during COVID, because COVID, I think, would give us a lot of lessons for everyone involved in that and for agri-food logistics and supply chain access. So in light of the global nature of food production and consumption and the associated risks, the complexity behind agri-food logistics and supply chain is quite remarkable. It is so complex. Companies would have to work with thousands of suppliers all over the world, and they make sure that all the food that we need is available all the time. As I said, most of the time, more than 90% of the time, the food we want to buy are always available because they have such very complex, supply system, and most of the time robust enough for some kind of regular type of disruptions. So supply chain actors must maintain a seamless cold chain from source to retail. They need to meet food safety, traceability, and regulatory requirements of the importing country. And to do so, agri-food logistics and supply chains need to implement technologies for real-time monitoring of temperature, movement, location, humidity, etc. Indeed, COVID has brought unprecedented pressure on agri-food logistics and supply chains. There was a drastic shift in consumer demand away from restaurants and food service. There was a sudden decrease in the demand for non-essential products. There was increased retail demand for frozen and packaged foods because they were very easy to hold and to keep for a long period of time. In agri-food logistics and supply chain disruption during COVID varied by mode of transport. Obviously, bulk shipments did not have major disruption during COVID. However, logistics problems were most pronounced for perishable products. The greatest challenge was really getting raw materials from suppliers and guaranteeing food movement from farm to fork. Companies incurred high production costs because of that, due to high transport costs, labor, and logistic uncertainties. And the disruption in the processing stage was much more severe, especially in the meat processing sector. COVID caused disruptions in all stages of the agri-food supply chain. In raw material sourcing, because significant portion of inputs are actually sourced from other countries. In the production stage, which resulted in reduced or suspended production, food losses for farmers. They had to burn or dispose or dump perishable products like dairy, fruits, and vegetables, especially in the West. In the processing and packaging stage, COVID resulted in labor shortages. Storage costs increased during COVID due to low turnover of stocks, particularly perishable goods such as fruits, vegetables, and dairy products. And also logistic barriers weaken high value goods due to their short life. The wholesale and retail stage of the agri-food supply chain had also experienced disruptions, mainly associated with logistics and labor. In the retail sector, it's more or less labor intensive, so that definitely affected the availability of food to those retail shops. Despite the unique nature of the pandemic, several studies indicated that supply chain disruption had largely short-term effects. There was a huge shift from food service to retail and panic buying, that was for sure, but that did not last long. The short-term disruption resulted from some cases of food waste. Yes, there were some, milk, for example, thrown away, fresh fruits and vegetables rotten, but these were very short-term and happened especially during the initial phases of the COVID pandemic. So this means that all of these supply chains, the agri-food supply chain, logistics and supply chains have built resilience over the years. Especially, we are now in a very globalized world. Especially nowadays, globalization is not anymore a choice. Agro-food logistics and supply chain actors are able to build resilience in order to overcome even the challenges like as big as COVID. So one important lesson current and future agri-food supply chain actors can learn from the pandemic is that they need to strengthen resilience capabilities. Indeed, the agri-food logistics and supply chain has traditionally built some resilience capabilities, such as, for example, redundancy, having several facilities, factories to produce probably same product, flexibility, agility, adaptability, and collaboration. However, what we can learn from COVID and pandemic like this is that we need more of these capabilities. The capability to manage coordinated solutions between various actors, logistics beyond national boundaries. Logistic capabilities such as investing in reliable transportation and telecommunication systems and diversifying the source of supply, including the importance of local food supply. Other resilience capabilities may include the use of automation, especially in the processing and retailing stage. Now, we often hear the story of dark stores that are very crucial in some countries, and I think we might need more of this for potential future pandemic. Digitalization, resource sharing, not only the traditional collaboration, but also co-investing, because everyone along the chain really depends on the other. Any disruption along the chain means disruption the whole chain. So really the traditional collaboration has to go a little further and do more in terms of co-investment, operational flexibility, multiple sourcing, and waste management. These are some of the resilience capabilities that agro-food supply chain, agro-food logistics and supply chain actors need to do more of this. Let us zoom in about the importance of local food supply chains, and I hope that this will be also part of the discussion among the panelists. So in light of recent local food movement and COVID, and there has been a strong call towards localization, local food production. And there are strong reasons why we have this movement. They tend to be more to address, most people assume that they are very important to address sustainability concerns and to create jobs for the local economy. And also in terms of crisis like we had during COVID. So there are this importance towards this local food supply chains. So local supply chains can pivot to global supply chains, but they cannot be sufficient. And I think this is very important to understand. Countries are not, cannot be fully sufficient, and international trade is always very important. But the attention that people have been paid towards local supply chain was not great before COVID, but there need to be a renewed attention, but in a way of complementarity rather than just considering them as very important, the only source of supply for local consumption. And I think we need them, but they can only support, and that is very important. And the concept has also evolved. Traditional local tends to refer to geographic proximity, for example, between 50 to 100 miles. But now with the virtual world and internet, farmers can actually do business to anyone across the world. They can actually show their farm, their production virtually. So the concept has also evolved. The local could mean, for example, in the region, it could be just a regional market. So I think we need to also think local that way as well. So in summary, COVID brought unprecedented challenge to the agro-food logistics and supply chains. Agro-food logistics and supply chains have demonstrated a robustness and resilience. And during COVID-19, supply chain actors took several steps, including reducing the variety of products and focused on the most popular ones, found alternative sources of supply, and policymakers also streamlined certification procedures by allowing, for example, scanned copies or electronic signatures, and by relaxing the regulation on food trade. Retailers also have become powerful actors in the agri-food supply chain. So this is a reality because they have the leverage that they know almost everything that we buy. And so they can able to utilize this and communicate to those in the upstream part of the chain for making the whole chain efficient and effective. However, the retail environment will require an innovative approach. There is a need to focus on digital technologies, omni-channel platforms, and hybrid business models. And there may be question marks on the traditional one-stop retail model, such as the concept of hypermarkets and supermarkets, which were very popular, just to provide a one-stop shop for consumers. But this format may not be efficient with the surge in online tools and other digital technologies. And I think I should stop here and looking forward for the panel discussion. Thank you. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
No, all right, yeah. So
thank you so much. لا لا هناك.
Thank you, Dr. Gumatao, for the presentation. I'll leave the floor for our, we're gonna leave the floor to our panelists. Dr. Sinno, I would like to see if any of the audience would like to ask a question before starting the dialogues that we have.
I want to start with something that was brushed upon in the different sessions of the different panels, and just now Gumatao talked about it. It's about policy. I don't know, maybe I missed it, or it was just not very clear to me, like for the policies that govern all of these supply chains that go, whether it's in the humanitarian sector, in the agro-food, in the maritime, is there like some challenges that, because we talked about the challenges that were apparent with regards to the disruptions of the physical supply chain, but for the policy supply chain, is there anything that was apparent, and are there similarities between the three sectors? Is there something that maybe can be improved? Is there an opportunity in that regards? So maybe we can hear from the different panelists on this.
Maybe I can start with your question. Okay. From my point of view, the supply chain, it's not for a specific industry. Now here today we talk about a humanitarian. If I'm gonna provide food to the refugees, for example, then this is an intersection between food, agriculture, let's say, and the humanitarian. Similarly, talking about maritime, how I'm gonna move, or how I'm gonna transport this material, in this case, the food. Then it's like, it's a synergy between all types of industry. any type of business, it needs some type, even if it is a service, still we need to do a supply chain management. And talking about policy, in the literature, the supply chain originally, it's a philosophy, it's a management philosophy. Before, now we look at it from different perspectives, like if you are talking about supply chain management systems, then it's IT based. If you are talking about, yeah, I mean, there are different perspectives, but originally, and let's say the most common definition for supply chain management in the literature, it's mostly a philosophy, a management philosophy. So this is more related to policy.
I mean, are there any policies that you think, I mean, from Mr. Sinno and Mr. John, anything that is, you know, that was flagged during this time during COVID, whereby you feel that it could be improved, there's something to think about, something that was working, it's not working anymore, regards to different sectors?
You're talking about government policy?
Yes, I mean, because supply chain is not only, it's also, you know, you're importing or exporting, or even the supply chain which is within the same country. So is there anything that became apparent?
Well, I mean, it became apparent that we lack, you know, policy at all levels, and we weren't really prepared for anything that, you know, can mitigate the crisis that we found ourselves into. But there were some groups, you know, small clusters of, you know, private sector companies that came together, you know, and tried to, you know, find common grounds on how to work together, you know, to try to minimize the effect of the crisis and try to move forward, assuming that government policy will never be there, you know, or at least there will never be a cooperation between the private sector and the public sector on prioritizing, you know, export, for example, and where to, and all of this. The government in Lebanon is actually involved, you know, or busy somewhere else. So, you know, the private sector has to find ways, you know, for itself, and oftentimes, you know, small companies actually fail, you know, during this type of situation. So I will give a small example about a very good initiative that, you know, several companies in the agri-food sector came together under, you know, umbrella of a Coot cluster supported by the Dutch government. And this kind of clustering actually helped mitigate you know, the absence of government policy or government support. And I think it is a very hopeful sign for the future, you know, on how the private sector can actually move forward, you know, assuming the government will never be there. So clustering was one of the things that helped, you know, during that time. But you know, to answer your question in simple words, you know, there wasn't any kind of, you know, a preparedness plan or anything like that, you know, to mitigate the situation.
Maya, can I say something? Yeah, just with regard with governance, I think in supply chain management, governance is really very, very important issue. And actually, you know, supply chains do have governance structure. And that's why this retailers or supermarkets are so powerful, because they are actually the one coordinating the whole chain. So what it works is that if the government, for example, if there are strong regulations, for example, with EU or other regulations, then the private sector will have to do less, because already what they need is already there. So they work with those to meet those requirements. But in areas where, you know, regulations from the government are lacking or are not enforced, actually they come up with their own regulations so that, you know, they work under, you know, different standards, and those actors that actually fulfill those standards start work under with them, and those who are not part of that are excluded. And that's a big issue we have in developing countries, because some farmers may not fulfill those standards and they are excluded, or just those supermarkets just try to focus on large farms because the transaction costs of doing with individual small farmers are difficult. Otherwise, the supply chains do have really a governance structure, whether that is coming from the private sector.
I'm going to ask this question to Mr. Shdid. I mean, Gumatao obviously is saying that the different governance issues at the different countries, they regulated during the crisis or covered, the supply chain. Was that apparent for you as a no?
No, I mean, I don't know, maybe it was a good thing, but I'm thinking back to the peak of COVID, and there wasn't much policy, and any policy that came out wasn't really enforced, because unfortunately the government was absent, and the state was in a way absent, and it was left to the private sector and to the I have to say the people people in the field, government agencies in the field, private sector in the field, we're left to get on with things. And maybe it was better that there wasn't too much policy, and we were able to do what we needed to do. And that's what I guess that when I look back, I think at least as a private transport company, there wasn't too much policy that with regards to COVID that got in the way, really. In fact, we were able to we were able to do what we needed to do. Yeah. With the support again, and I don't like to government bash. Again, a lot of what Esma was saying was true, and I think we should elect her for president. By the way, we might want to think about president of the republic. But a lot of the authorities on the ground, make things happen. And even if there is policy and it's wrong, or there's a regulation and it's wrong, we're very good at, when I have to, very, very pragmatic, and, ways were found to make things happen.
Yes, Maya, thank you. I would like to comment not particularly on policies, but maybe we'll end on a policy recommendation. Because after I'll go back to many concepts or things that were said today in other panels. For example, the need to make the supply chain shorter and greener, for example. The need to look local supply chain, to emphasize on local supply chain. The clustering issue that was mentioned before. And I would say in the agri-food industry, we need to focus on re-territorialization of supply chain. Many parts of the long supply chain of agri-food can be localized, can be co-localized even. And we must introduce technology to this to make more visible, more easier to trade, more easier to produce, more. And by clustering, we can create local clusters that regroups farmers, producers, distributors, universities, research centers. Yeah. Yes, and that should be geographically localized to gain from proximity, gain from the know-how, the exchange, the experience. And in this regard, private and public institutions should make this happen. And public policies maybe could have a great role in this by giving incentives to companies to invest and to relocate to such spaces. And I think this will make the supply chain shorter, more sustainable, and maybe it's a way to overcome some of the disruptions related to, for example, human public health issues or other climate change disruptions.
Dr. Shala, may interrupt a little bit here. So how this can be related to production and sustainability?
I think these are big questions that need to be tackled within the framework of a good understanding of the setup or the setting or the framework, the political economic framework within which production, consumption, sustainability operate. I think I've always found the field of supply chain fascinating, not necessarily in terms of what it covers, which is fascinating enough, but in terms of its acknowledgement that for the private sector to thrive, certain things have to happen that are outside the power of individual private sector players. And all this actually relates to types of investments, infrastructural investments that are so large scale that no single player, unless we're talking of a Walmart here or, I don't know, Tesco, what have you. I'm giving examples of Agro-Food players are willing to make, and even then, there are major doubts around this. So who is this entity that's willing to step in and fill this gap? I think we should name it by its name, and that's the state. Unfortunately, a lot of the discourse happening in this area is happening as if in a vacuum, floating vacuum that we call, for all the right reasons, clusters, government, macroeconomics, what have you. But I think all this could be, if you want to really pinpoint the entity that's capable of accelerating this, it's never going to be the private sector. It has to be the state who's willing to undergo and empower this or that private sector player in order to, through subsidies, through incentives, through whatever, to in order to implement all these necessary developments and interventions that are going to create all sorts of synergies between private sector players for them to thrive. And for this, I don't think, I don't think the discussion is, I don't think we gain much by engaging in a technical discussion, but rather by, going back to the concepts itself, to the politics of all this. And that, does the state or state players consider the agri-food chain, agriculture industry as their core mandate, political, I'm talking in political terms, or not? Here in Lebanon, for example, it's obvious that it's not. If you consider the budget of the Ministry of Agriculture, of the Ministry of Industry, which should be the prime ministries that should be tackled by all political forces, and they are not, by the way, these should be highly empowered and they should become the core of politics. You hear the news, politics is something else. They never talk about this. These are the task of lowly civil servants. I'm saying it very cynically. I have nothing but respect for all these civil servants. So I think, are state players willing to have clear industrial and agricultural and agro-food policies that are at the core of what they do? Or is it simply something that's relegated, to bureaucrats or relegate to no one at all? I think this is the big question, because otherwise, all these synergies, all these infrastructural investments, I don't think they can take place in a way that, empowers the private sector. I think this is the key issue to me. Thank you.
Dr. Luai, sorry. Yes, please.
It's always a mistake just to speak about supply chains as a generic process. And also the description of a short supply chain as a preferable supply chain is not accurate. It depends on the product you're moving. I mean, if it's a perishable product, then yes, a short supply chain is important, because the most important factor is to get the product from A to B in a good condition. If you are talking about a processed product, then the most important thing is to bring it from point A to B with the lowest cost. Then a shorter supply chain is not important at all. So supply chain is a very specific process, and it has to be tailor-made to the exact function that it is desired for.
In other words, each specific product has a specific supply chain that we should look at.
Each specific product needs a specific system that needs to be designed to achieve the results aspired from.
But this makes it very hard. So you have to categorize them, then you.
No, it makes it very simple, actually.
But if we want to go for policies, I don't think that to be easy, because if we want to make a policy for every single product, then it becomes.
No, you don't make a policy. This is a private sector choice.
But again, I'm completing what Dr. Ali was saying. You know, it starts with the state. At the end, it's at the end. I'm with the PPP. I'm on my account. I am a public-private partnership thing. It should be work on both sides. From the private side, private sector, this is your right. From the state side, it comes the idea if there is the state and the policy, and then you know how much it affects the shipping, the idea of the shipping processes again with the different policies, then it becomes what we're thinking. So we're going in a circular, in a loop or a circle. Maybe I'll let Dr. Roy come in as well.
Thank you. Just the main challenge in the supply chain, just how we understand it. The main problem that we have three perspectives. The first one, where there is no, this is not a supply chain. When we are as a company or firm, work individually with others from our perspective. So this is not supply chain. When two companies decide to work together in the supply chain, this from the dyadic perspective, here we establish the supply chain. And the third concept, when the three companies decide to work together from the triadic perspective, this is a network in the supply chain where we achieve the best supply chain. So here, there's our problem that we think we have a supply chain because we individually work there, and reality we end up working individually, having the result individually. And what's going in reality? In reality, when we establish a supply chain, it's a thinking or management way, it's philosophy. So we start the supply chain and we fail. Why? Because the first input, we think the raw material and the water and all these things, but we ignore that the first input should be the value, what the market really need, what the customer really need. And we ignore this and we build it on our experience, not on the national experience. And this is why we have failed in our supply chains, especially in the agro-food, because this is very sensitive products. And this is why just I'll bring three short examples, just direct. So the World Bank said we'll solve this problem based on establishing what we call it satellite farms. Satellite farms that we let everybody work together based on the operation, do logistic operation together. Then this one of the solution to understand the supply chain and do it in the good way. Then come the FAO way. We said, okay, we'll establish what we call it, if we work in agriculture, the field schools. And these field schools is a knowledge, the knowledge system to understand the supply chain. And they did it in many countries for many years and become successful. And nowadays, we understand the government want to stand up there and said we need to move from government to governance. And this is the new age of technology where we, for example, we rely to establish supply chain based on digitalization, including fertigation, for example, idea, including what we call it aquaponic, hydroponic, for example, in agriculture, including technology. So we let all those different actors in the supply or company agree on something, and they are looking to lead. For example, nowadays the technology is the lead, and how we use the technology in the supply chain so we can establish the supply chain. Those are just examples. We have many, and the idea to move from government perspective, not just policy and legal, and move to governance, and this is the most important.
The combination between Mr. Sinno and Dr. Shala.
Yeah, it's a good combination.
It's a good combination. Dr. Wadi, what do you think?
Hello. First of all, I'm so disappointed for not being at AUB today due to severe leg injury. I'm going to leave many points. I think when we talk about supply chain, we must take all the aspects, not only the technical way. So we have a complex of social, economic, environmental. We need to construct this complex. And I think after the COVID-19 pandemic, we must focus on the impact, on the ability of the supply chain management to provide food security, rather than boost, if you want, individuals' company performance. So it's, I think we must think like this after the crisis. And just I want to say something to Dr. Maya. She asked first, what is the difference or what is the common between the supply chain management in agriculture and other supply chain management? So I think that unlike other sectors, in agriculture, a part of agricultural products enter the market both through the processing stage and directly, which is the main difference, Maya, between the supply chain in the agriculture sector and other sectors. And as one of colleague panelists said also, we must, the policy of government must also cover the small and medium companies, agriculturers, not only the cluster. And I think NGOs, the EU program and the USAID program are replacing the government in supporting these small and medium entities in Lebanon.
Okay, thank you. But by getting that, you are requesting that all the stakeholders that are involved in the supply chain, they sit together and develop some type of a system by which we can develop these supply chains. But how to enforce them then comes again, we go into governance and the government. So we go into what is known a combination, especially when we're speaking about agricultural product, and Mr. Sinno may help me because they are highly vulnerable during transportation, and Mr. Shdid, they know both of them. Our product is perishable. So it's shipping and transformation from one place to the other makes it very risky, especially when we're faced by policies that might hinder our things. Maybe you can help in such a matter. I think, would you like an input or something else?
Yes, I think concerning the perishable products, many studies, especially we at SIAM, we are doing many studies concerning the post-harvest, if you want, techniques that will contribute to extend the shelf life of the product and to assure that he will be shipped in good conditions and arrived also in good conditions. But also we have another alternative, and I just want to mention that one of the positive effects of COVID-19 pandemic and the economic crisis, that we are going to the productive sector, the industrial sector, the agriculture sectors, instead of tourism and banking. And just I want to tell you that within 1 year, we have 250 new unit productions, especially, for example, for dairy products usually imported from Europe. And that's how we are going to diverge again for the short supply chain. And we create local market, and that's also converge with the sustainability of the supply chain.
Actually, cooperation between us, DHL, started more than 10 years ago. Simply because when we started shipping, actually more than 10 years, maybe 15 years, we found that the infrastructure at the airport, we were shipping. We wanted to ship by air freight because we wanted to ship the product very fast to reach markets in the Gulf, within hours. So the infrastructure at the airport wasn't really functioning. Neither was the whole structure, of certifying documents and everything that has to do with the government issues. So at that time, DHL wasn't shipping any perishables. They were only doing courier service and such. So we approached them with the idea of, actually establishing our own airport within the airport. So we did an agreement, a 10-year agreement with them, or a 5-year agreement. 5 years. To that we would use their facility, which was up to specs. I mean, DHL facility was state of the art at that time, and they still is. Well, I'm talking when we try to do it. So and they built special refrigeration for us. And so we were able to cover a lot of those supply chain disruptions, like such continuous cool chain and all of this. And things started to progress whereby we decided that they would bring their own plane, DHL plane in Lebanon, and we wouldn't really be dependent on commercial airlines. So we covered that another problem in the supply chain, which is capacity, airline capacity. And we had more options, and we reduced the price, And one of the things that, I think should be done, and we do this all the time, is we have a system and we continue to monitor it, and we continue to update it, and we continue to change it every time based on the events and the environment that we're in. And we always, and this is very important also, is to try to solve a problem before it occurs. So we always do improvisations on what if, for example, this specific thing happens. And this process it proved to be very fruitful, because sometimes we would be brainstorm for hours and days, and including a lot of people. It was very inclusive process. A lot of people at DHL and at our company would sit together in one room and talk about the possibility, for example, of a complete embargo of air freight, like closing the whole air freight space in Lebanon. Or, for example, let's say, drastic, extreme situations, and how we would solve them, So that helps a lot, all of this, kind of preventive action.
Just I want to highlight something very important. There is no one model for supply chain. Each product or each crop has its own supply chain, and the most important, where's those, we call them in the supply chain the focal business, or the focal firm, or the lead business. That you cannot force everybody to work with you. You need to position yourself in the supply chain, prototype the business model for your supply chain. As you mentioned, very good example. You encourage the airport to create a business unit, and you need to create what we call it communication among of them, and you are the lead firm. Then create the flow of their products, then create what we call it the revenue for everybody. So you create your own supply chain. For example, one of the issues we have done, maybe we did 15 years in Jordan. We said you just produce tomato and cucumber. We are the first country in the world to produce tomato with 300 different varieties, and it's like fuel for Jordan. And now the value, the price, and post-harvest waste is huge. Then said to the farmers and the exporter, come here, we have 10 cash crops with added value. We need you to switch to there. And maybe you have this experience in Jordan with the pepper, with the strawberry, with watermelon, the charantis, the French one. They said, just work on those 10. Then we created for each cash crop a supply chain. Then we told them how to do the knowledge. We prepared them. We taught them everything. Then practically established their supply chain. And we were, for example, in London, #1 in strawberry. In London, #1 in okra for Indian people. and we started producing chalantis and exported to France, and Hungarian pepper to East Europe. And actually, we created different models of the supply chain for different cashew crops. And this was really a great shift in establishing supply chains. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments before we wrap up the? I have one question to Dr. Shala. Is there an economic model that fits such thing? No, not for rapid, just 1 minute, 1 minute. It's a 1 minute, it's a small question. Is there an economic model that can fit, or does it take time? Is it feasible? Just yes or no, it's just a small question, it's a thesis by itself.
Again, asking about an economic model is again, pushing the problem onto very technical grounds, when I personally think the problem is way more social and political.
Thank you.
So the economic model, if found, could take a year to implement. What takes ages to find is the political will to implement these models. I mean, this is where I think this is the major bottleneck, I think. Yeah.
Thank you for the short answer. Not more. Any comments, Dr. Noor, Dr. Layal? Ms. Dr. Skaf, Dr. Gamatao?
No, everything is good. Thank you so much.
Okay, I'll thank you a lot, and I leave the last word for Maya, Dr. Maya.
Yes, I mean, thank you all so much. I was gonna end the meeting for a second there. So thank you all for attending. Thank you for our panelists, for everybody who was with us online throughout the day. I mean, this is a topic that is very diverse. It could, it could be tackled in so many different ways by so many different people with different specialties. It differs maybe between the private and the public sector, the industry, the service providers. So I'm glad that we were able today to shed light on some of the disruptions and the opportunities that are available. Thank you all for attending, and I hope that we will be able to, come up with other topics for conferences and panel discussions, and that we will have you join as well. Thank you.
Thank you.